Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing on finance joint with sanitation. If you'd like to testify today, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms in the back to fill out a testimony slip. At this point, no one may approach the dais at any time during today's hearing. Please silence all electronic devices. Chair, you may begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning. Welcome to the first hearing of the FY26 executive budget process. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan, proud to chair the City Council's Committee on Finance. Today we're going to kick things off with the Department of Sanitation, followed later today by the Department for the Aging. I'm joined by my colleague, Councilmember Sean Abreu, Chair of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. We've been joined so far this morning by Council Members Lewis, Ayala, Carr, Nurse, Moya, Menon, Zwang, and that's it for now. Welcome, Commissioner Lohan and your team. Thanks for being here and taking the time to answer our questions today. On May 1st, the administration dropped their executive financial plan for FY26 through 29. It includes a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. The desanitation slice of that is $1.97 billion, which is about 1.7% of the total plan. That's a $70 million increase over the preliminary budget, mostly to continue critical services like curbside recycling and containerization at homes and institutions. As of March, sanitation's headcount was up by 259 over last year's budget. Talk about priorities here in the Council's preliminary budget response. We made some very clear asks. We asked for $7.7 million to formalize a permanent vendor enforcement unit. We asked for $10.7 million for a waste bin program so every eligible New Yorker has the official NYC bin. $10 million in capital for more illegal dumping cameras across the city. And we called for baseline funding to clean up neglected lots and to keep our neighborhoods looking good. We believe that a clean city isn't just nice to have, it's essential. It improves health, safety, pride, and property value. It makes everything else possible. I always say a clean city is a safe city, and a safe city is ultimately the foundation for everything else. We also like to say around here, budgets aren't just spreadsheets. They are moral documents. They reflect what we value and what we're willing to fight for in this council and in this city. The council is committed to delivering a final budget that puts New Yorkers first, and that means cleaner streets, safer neighborhoods, and stronger communities, and we consider DSNY as a partner in that work. So today I'll mostly be focused on the PEG restorations and what that means for the department's ability to continue doing its job. But for now, I want to turn things over to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Sean Abreu, for his remarks.
Thank you, Chair Brannan. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the fiscal 2026 executive budget hearing for the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. My name is Sean Abreu, and I'm the chair of the committee. This afternoon, we will be discussing the department's $1.97 billion fiscal 2026 budget as presented in the Executive Financial Plan and the Executive Capital Commitment Plan for DSNY for fiscal 2025 to 2029, which totals $1.6 billion. I would like to begin by thanking members of the Sanitation Department for their hard work over the past year. The frontline responses of sanitation workers have been on full display throughout the year. And because of their actions, our city is a cleaner place. The Sanitation Department members are known as New York's strongest for a reason, and I believe that nickname is aptly given. The Sanitation Department's fiscal 2026 budget totals $1.97 billion with 9,587 full-time positions. The fiscal 2026 budget as presented in the Executive Financial Plan is $25.1 million more than the fiscal 2025 budget at adoption. Budget actions in the executive plan increased DSNY's budget by $33.1 million in fiscal 2025 and $40.5 million in fiscal 2026 compared to the preliminary plan. The plan includes an additional $36.1 million for higher than projected PS and OTPS spending across multiple program areas and litter basket service. The Sanitation Department's fiscal 2025-2029 capital commitment plan totals $1.6 billion and supports 154 distinct capital projects. The committee has held oversight hearings on various topics over the past year about the city's containerization of refuse and organic waste and commercial waste zones. The committee would like to revisit these items and others, including lot cleaning, which was provided a partial restoration in the plan, community composting, and New York City bins reimbursement. I would also like to discuss various restorations to the mayor's Get Stuff Clean initiatives, such as TNT and parks perimeter cleaning. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. As the chair of this committee, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect DSNY will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next month, really, to ensure that fiscal 2026 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. I'd like to thank our committee staff for their hard work, financial analyst Tanveer Singh, unit head Alia Ali, committee counsel Morgan Barrett, policy analyst Ricky Chawla, and my chief of staff Jaleesa Quigley. I'd like to welcome and thank Commissioner Javier Lohan, our sanitation workers, and the department civilian staff for the work that they do. I'm looking forward to hearing from the commissioner. The committee council will now swear you in.
Okay, before we jump in, I want to acknowledge also been joined by Councilmember Ressler. I also want to thank our incredible Council Finance Division staff who makes these hearings possible. We're about to head into a long month of executive hearings. Shout out again to Aliyah Ali, Tanveer Singh, Brian Sarfo, my senior advisor John Yedin, and the entire finance team back at Mission Control. You are truly the unsung heroes of this budget season. As a reminder, public testimony on today's executive budgets, both sanitation and later Department for the Aging, will take place after the agency panel. So if you'd like to speak, please fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms. And now I'm going to turn it over to Brian to swear in our witnesses.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Lohan. Deputy Anatelli. And Deputy Goodman. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Abreu, Chair Brannan, and members of the Committees on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management and Finance. I am Javier Lohan, Acting Commissioner of the New York City Department of Sanitation, and I am joined today by Joseph Antonelli, our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget, and by Joshua Goodman, our Deputy Commissioner of Public Affairs and Customer Experience. The Department of Sanitation serves every part of the city, and I'm in my 26 years here. I've seen thousands of sanitation workers take pride in a clean street. But as you all know, historically, key cleanliness programs like litter basket service had been subject to a budget dance between the mayor and this council, in which funding levels were set year to year based on political considerations. This creates doubt both among the public and within the department about the service we can provide. Instead, as part of the fiscal year 2026 executive budget, better known to New Yorkers as the best budget ever, Mayor Adams has once again proven himself to be a staunch and unflinching advocate of clean streets, this time by committing to move beyond the decades of political posturing around street cleanliness and allocating resources to get stuff clean, not just this year, not just at the handshake, not just for a photo op, but baseline, which means forever. This budget includes funding to continue the current level of litter basket pickups citywide, $29.7 million growing to $31 million in FY28 baseline. This is likely the highest baseline level of funding for litter basket service in history. Basket service in particular had been often negotiated year to year at the last minute, and decreases had led directly to more overflowing baskets and more rats. The mayor's budget also baselines $1.4 million to support positions dedicated to cleaning park perimeters, something that had been part of the Get Stuff Clean initiative and will now continue permanently. These are areas used by New Yorkers every single day that often look like city streets, but previously had not always received regular cleaning due to bureaucratic quirks. The DSNY lot cleaning unit responsible for maintenance of city-owned or maintained vacant lots is now baselined at $820,000 for FY26, growing to $1.6 million in FY29, preventing these areas from becoming eyesores and attracting pests. Further, the Targeted Neighborhood Task Force is baselined at $3.6 million, growing to $6.3 million annually in FY29. This funding will support almost 60 employees who provide regularly scheduled cleaning of often neglected pedestrian spaces where DSNY do not have jurisdiction, like underpasses, greenways, and medians. Through this program, over 1,500 locations across the city are receiving regular scheduled cleaning for the first time. And something I know is of particular interest to many of you, this budget includes $1.1 million in permanent funding for DSNY's Precision Cleaning Initiative, which provides targeted cleaning to high-need areas and assists the city's interagency homeless encampment task force. These are permanent high levels of funding to protect the cleanliness and quality of life of our neighborhoods, and not a moment too soon. I will now provide updates on a number of strategic initiatives underway at DSNY. In October 2022, the Adams administration kicked off the trash revolution by changing set-out times for both residential and commercial waste from 4 p.m., one of the earliest set-out times in the country, to 8 p.m., effective April 2023, while also allowing earlier set-out times if the material is in a container. This incentive of containerization was paired with major changes to DSNY operations, picking up more of the trash far earlier, including ending a practice by which up to 1/5 of the trash had been left out for a full day. Just over 1 year ago, container rules went into effect for all businesses of every type in New York City, requiring them to get their trash off the streets into a secure bin. We wrote 70,000 warnings to businesses as this rule went into effect, and have written tens of thousands of summonses since, gaining broad compliance and bringing bins to restaurants, delis, bodegas, drugstores, boutiques, and everything else in our commercial corridors. The first containerization requirement for residential buildings in more than 50 years went into effect November 12th of 2024, requiring all buildings with 1 to 9 residential units to use bins. This can be either their own or the official NYC bin, the cheapest high-quality bin available. This program was designed thoughtfully so that these bins would be by far the cheapest of their quality on the market, around $50, a reasonable responsibility for most New York City property owners. I understand that members of this council still felt a strong desire to distribute free bins, as seen in the passage of Intro 1126. While I share your concern about the cost burdens on homeowners, this bill requires DSNY to use data on STAR and E-STAR tax exemption to determine eligibility. This is state data which, by law, DSNY cannot access. Unfortunately, the program was described into law will be extremely expensive and difficult to operationalize, will not reach communities of the greatest need, and is ripe for abuse. New Yorkers have purchased over 800,000 of these bins at www.bins.nyc or at New York City Home Depot locations, and they have fundamentally altered the look and feel of our streets, replacing piles of black trash bags that attracted the rats, impeded pedestrians, and generally made New Yorkers feel that no one cared about the neighborhoods. These bins may look like simple pieces of plastic, but they have led to double-digit percentage decreases in rat sightings citywide. Since June 2026, this will be the only bin permitted for trash to facilitate safer, cleaner, mechanized collection. As you all know, I was once a sanitation worker, and I am still one at heart. And it pains me that fully half of our line of duty injuries are sprains and strains from throwing bags. The 2 sanitation workers operating a truck with mechanical tippers will have one less thing to worry about. That gets us to 70% of the trash already covered by containerization requirements. But we have a plan for the remaining 30%. Installation of stationary on-street containers called Empire bins is well underway in Manhattan Community District 9 for the first full district containerization pilot, with these bins to be serviced by new automated side-loading trucks. This is one of those innovations where we talk about it so much that it may be hard to maintain sight of just how fundamentally it changes the way that trash is stored and collected in New York City, and thus our experience of the streets in general. Consider the fact that even a small-scale test of on-street containerization on the 10 blocks in Hamilton Heights led to a 60% decrease in rat sightings. This will make a difference forever. The new West Harlem pilot will take those huge piles of trash that are generated by the largest buildings off the streets and instead store them in secure containers, just like you'd see in Europe, South America, or Asia, years faster than anyone thought possible. West Harlem will see just over 1,000 Empire bins, covering more than 80% of their apartment units. Unlike In any other parts of the world, the bins are not shared by the entire block. Bins will be assigned to a single large building using our density, which had long been thought of the Achilles heel of containerization to our advantage by allowing far greater oversight. Property owners will have access cards and designate appropriate staff to be able to access the bins. DSNY outreach staff is on the ground in the neighborhood now explaining this process, and upon completion of installation, use of these on-street containers will begin June 1st, and we will begin analyzing results and outcomes right away. But I must caution the members of this council, as I have done in previous hearings, if you would like to see this international best practice expand beyond West Harlem, if you would like to defeat the piles of trash and the rats once and for all, there is pending legislation that must pass. Councilmember Hudson is the lead sponsor on a bill many of you have already joined. The Removing Animals from Trash Act, or RAT Act, is absolutely essential to the expansion of this program. Without that bill becoming law, this will be just another pilot. We can have clean sidewalks, clear corners, and passable curb cuts. We really can if we just see this through the end. Just like with containerization initiatives, our citywide composting program is something that many of the cynics believe we couldn't have, and New Yorkers are proving them wrong every single day. While curbside composting programs have existed in New York City for the last decade, until last October, none had ever served more than approximately 40% of the city. When Mayor Adams took office, he committed to developing a universal program that works for New Yorkers, and the team at DSNY set to work developing a model built for long-term success. The resulting program is now running in entirety of our city, providing residents with simple, universal weekly collection of leaf and yard waste, food scraps, and food soil paper products on the recycling day. That simplicity is the most important part of the program. There is no need for sign-ups, special dates to remember, or specific locations to visit within limited hours. Simply place your materials out on the recycling day, your sanitation workers will collect it from your home, and will ensure it's put to good use. This is the composting programs for all New Yorkers. Make the separation of compostable material easy, and people would do it. I've seen these programs operating for a long time. I've never seen numbers like what New Yorkers diverted in April, when they set weekly tonnage records 3 weeks in a row. New Yorkers want to help the environment. They want to fight rats, and with this program, they're doing both. Composting has a benefit, not just for our environment more broadly, but also for New York City gardeners. We give tens of millions of pounds of high-quality New York City compost away for free during the spring, summer, and fall. But for many years, you had to either catch a pop-up event or drive to a site in Staten Island to get it. Last year, we added a second site in Greenpoint that is accessible by cyclists, pedestrians, and public transit. And earlier this year, we added a third site in Astoria. I am proud to share that New Yorkers are composting so much that we will add a fourth site in Eastern Queens before the end of this season. And we are working to identify locations in the Bronx and Manhattan as well, bringing the service to every borough. Some of you have asked me whether the success of curbside composting program means the popular smart bin composting bins are going away. These 400 bins where residents can drop off their compostable material 24/7 through an easy-to-use smartphone app are complementary to curbside service and will continue to operate. We are making great strides in residential diversion by applying simple, easy-to-understand rules citywide, and we believe the same should be true for commercial organics. While the commercial waste zone system will improve commercial diversion in that DSNY is requiring carters to charge businesses less to collect recyclables and compost than to collect trash, we were thrilled to see that the council was also considering a bill to allow DSNY to require source separation at all commercial establishments. We believe this will bring clarity to a confusing system and will help the environment while fighting rats. Now that we've mentioned commercial waste zones, I'll provide a fuller update on that program and our implementation of Local Law 199 of 2019 for anyone who may have missed the recent oversight hearing on this topic. This law was designed to reform the commercial waste hauling system by establishing new safety standards for workers in the commercial carting industry, improving service for businesses, increasing diversion rates, and reducing vehicle miles traveled, as well as harmful emissions from waste hauling vehicles. When fully implemented, we are looking at about 12 million fewer miles traveled by commercial carting vehicles. And making good on a promise from when this program was created, businesses will pay less for the collection of recyclables and compostable material than they do for trash, at a citywide average of 32% less for recycling and 18% for compostable material. That means businesses will have a meaningful financial incentive to separate their waste properly. In January, after years of planning and months of outreach, the first of New York City's 20 non-exclusive commercial waste zones came online in Corona, Elmhurst, and Jackson Heights. Because it was done thoughtfully, this has been a successful launch, and not a single one of the thousands of businesses in the zone has made a complaint to DSNY of any of the issues with service or billing. We are routinely writing safety violations there and are seeing very strong compliance, likely due at least in part to the significant fine escalators built into the ZWZ program, with a total of about 200 violations written since implementation of the zone began in September. Following a thorough data analysis of the first zone and of conditions across the city, we recently announced that the next two zones will cover the entirety of the Bronx beginning later this year, with a full citywide implementation complete by the end of 2027. This is an important program, but it is a program that was destined to fail if it were rushed. We are doing it right. The expansion of DSNY quality of life enforcement under the current administration is not restricted to the Queens Central Commercial Waste Zone. Since April 2023, sanitation has been the lead agency on enforcement of the city's laws around street vending, also a topic of recent oversight hearing by the Committee on Consumer Worker Protection. Our sanitation police officers enforce these laws with a focus on cleanliness and pedestrian access, and they conduct routine enforcement operations rooted in the belief that all New Yorkers across every neighborhood and every borough deserve clean, safe sidewalks. While we take a warnings-first approach, often posting dozens of warning signs throughout an area before taking any enforcement actions, we also engage in robust enforcement to protect cleanliness and quality of life. And DSNY issued around 4,000 vending-related summonses in 2024. Street vendors are a part of vibrant neighborhoods, but the rules exist for a reason, so that those neighborhoods can be enjoyed by all, and New Yorkers appreciate our enforcement, as shown by the overwhelming support of Proposition 2. The expansion of DSNY vending enforcement under that ballot measure is in an early implementation stage. On the same day that DSNY became the lead agency on street vending enforcement, we were also designated to manage the city's graffiti removal program. We brought our operational knowledge to the organization of this program, and in the FY 2025 PMMR, the number of graffiti service requests closed is up 80%. Recently, DSNY began enforcing the rules around mobile car washes per a new law sponsored by Councilmember Salamanca and passed by this council. While this work is only just the beginning, we are encouraged by early results about the impact this can have on cleanliness and quality of life. We are also continuing our interagency work around ghost cars and abandoned vehicles, through which tens of thousands of abandoned vehicles have been removed from our streets, in addition to over 10,000 more ghost cars since the Ghost Car Task Force was launched in September of last year. These are unlicensed vehicles that not only steal public space and toll dollars, but are also untraceable if used in crimes. And like with containerization efforts, getting this done just helps fight the feeling that the city doesn't care about your neighborhood. I assure you we do, because it's our neighborhood too. And with winter now behind us, I am proud to say that you weren't forgotten during snow season either. If you grew up here, you likely remember the old days of primary, secondary, and tertiary streets. That kind of division in service level is over. Thanks to higher headcount and new technology for internal monitoring, every street is on a route, and every route can be dispatched at the same time for snow operations as soon as conditions warrant it, a practice we call snow equity. And I want to preview something exciting for you. All new brine flushers are on their way, reducing the city's dependence on rock salt and proving that even in a perfect science like snow removal, there is always room for innovation as part of the trash revolution. We'll have more to say about that at the next snow hearing. In the winter of 2024-2025, DSNY responded to 14 winter weather events and observed 12.5 inches of accumulating precipitation. Half of these events were in February alone, and sanitation workers were on 12-hour shifts for weeks to address those conditions. Thanks to their efforts and the administration's investments, they were able to get the streets open, even servicing car lanes and bike lanes at the same time. I want to take this moment to thank our sanitation workers for their efforts, for being the heroes with the plow, and just as they have been for decades. With their work in mind, I will now turn to the FY 2026 executive budget, the best budget ever, which baselines critical cleaning services forever. The executive budget includes $2.03 billion in expense funds for fiscal year 2025 and $1.97 billion in fiscal year 2026, reflecting increases of $81.4 million and $41.2 million respectively from the budget adopted last June. The fiscal year 2026 budget includes $1.2 billion for personal services to support total budgeted headcount of 9,618 full-time positions, including 7,957 uniform positions and 1,661 civilian positions, and a $757.7 million for other than personal services, or OTPS. DSNY's fiscal 2020 year executive capital budget includes $3.54 billion in capital funding in the 10-year plan, $1.16 billion of which is for garages and facilities, $2.25 billion for equipment, $66.62 million for IT, and $59.87 million for solid waste management infrastructure. The capital budget includes funding for several major facilities projects, including $488 million in funding for the construction of a new garage for Bronx Districts 9, 10, and 11 with demolition, $284 million in funding for the construction of a new garage for Queens District 1, which is slated to begin design next fiscal year, upgrades to the facility that serves the home for the Bronx District 12 garage, which has an overall budget of $55 million and will begin construction next year, and the $17 million for finishing touches of the $212 million build-out for the brand-new home for Staten Island District 1 and 3, which is slated to be completed this year. That project, along with the new BK3, means we will be opening 3 new garages at 2 buildings this calendar year, a rare milestone for this department and a sign of this administration's serious investment in the safety and well-being of sanitation workers in the neighborhoods they serve. Thank you, and we look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to ask a few questions about the rising costs of waste export. Could you tell us what is the sanitation department's annual expenditure on waste export, and does this compare to waste export costs over the past 5 years?
So the total export expenditures for FY25 is $495 million.
And beyond inflation and contractual price adjustments, what other factors contribute to the increase in those costs?
The only thing that would increase that would be overall tonnage increases.
Overall what?
Overall tonnage increases.
Mm-hmm. So what do the terms of DSNY's long-term waste export contracts impact current and future budget projections?
I'll pass it to Deputy Commissioner Antonelli for that.
The terms of the contract, the only thing that's variable in there, again, as you mentioned, was whether there are adjustments for inflation. That's really the only variable cost in there, because we have the, there's 3 inputs. There's the fixed costs, which are contractual obligations, which are in there and are set. The variable cost per ton, which is, what you had mentioned. And then the third variable would be how much tonnage we do bring.
Have any of the waste reduction initiatives helped lower those costs?
Yeah, so as I mentioned in my testimony, the increase in composting material diverted has helped reduce some of those costs. So we're only in the first full month since it became mandatory, but we're seeing some promising weights, increase in organics weights, and then we've seen decreases in refuse weights as well.
Has the solid waste management plan's reliance on borough-based waste management facilities impacted the overall cost of waste export?
So, Mr. Chair, this has been the case since we closed the last local landfill in 2001 at Fresh Kills. This system of waste export has fixed costs, as Deputy Commissioner Antonelli mentioned, but the alternative cost is to operate landfills within the city. The long-term plan for bringing these costs down is to increase diversion, and we're seeing really promising results 1 month out from the full rollout of the citywide curbside composting program.
Where does most of our garbage go?
So some of it goes to our waste-to-energy plants, which is in New Jersey. Then some of it goes to landfills outside of New York City.
And I want to ask about the marine transfer stations. How do the operational costs there compare to truck-based or rail-based waste export? Basically, are the marine transfer stations cheaper to operate than the old way?
They're certainly more environmentally friendly to operate than the old way. As far as a cost per ton, it's hard to estimate because there's no other city of our scale, right? So to develop an apples-to-apples comparison, would it be cheaper to do truck? There's not much to look at. We know that this is vastly more environmentally friendly than driving 24 million pounds of trash a day out of the city by truck. I mean, every one of those, when you see the barges leave like Southwest or 91st Street, and they're loaded with dozens upon dozens of those, every single one of the containers is a truck kept off the street. So, long-term, the environmental and economic impact to the city of reducing the particulate matter in the air is obviously something that would be very difficult to estimate reliably, but this is a system that's been working well for the 20 years since it began, 10-ish since it was reached complete rollout with the completion of 91st Street.
No, I agree. I mean, are there plans to optimize the use or expand the use of the marine transfer stations versus the overland transport?
So one of the things that we always look at is to try to maximize efficiencies. I think one of the limitations is we have certain tons per day limitations. But we're always happy to maximize that where possible. Sometimes in an MTS like 91st Street, it would require us to add a third shift, and right now we're not really seeing that volume come in there, so we don't think it's feasible financially for us at this time.
Okay, I just have one or two more, and I want to hand it over to the chair. Lot cleaning. The executive plan includes an additional $826,000 in FY26, which grows to 1.6 million baseline in the out years for the DSNY lot cleaning program. In the first 4 months of FY25, DSNY received a little over 1,400 lot cleaning requests, but only managed to clean 26 lots. So how will the additional funding enable DSNY to close that gap of service?
So the additional funding allows us to maintain that level of service. A lot of times we have to manage across the 5 boroughs, so we were funding previously at historical higher numbers. Right now, with the positions that we have funded in this executive budget, we're able to just maintain the more critical lots where we have access warrants, or if there's any kind of safety issues where we see any needles or rat complaints. So we try to prioritize where necessary.
So you're confident that money would help close that gap?
So it will help us maintain the current level of service. I don't know if it'll help us close that gap that much quicker.
All right, but current level of service, FY25, you had 1,400 requests, and it says only 26 lots were cleaned.
Correct. So that's the same amount of staffing we have right now for lot cleaning.
So the additional funding added in the executive budget is not really going to make a demonstrable difference?
It's going to make a difference. I don't think it's going to help us close that large gap.
How much do you think you need?
So, I mean, we could always do more. We have been previously funded at higher levels, so we'd have to kind of explore and see what that need would be. But right now, it would just allow us to maintain the current level of service.
Could you tell us what the current backlog is of lot cleaning requests that haven't been addressed?
Sure, there are about 1,773 lots in backlog.
Best budget ever. Can you tell us so the additional money, what will that get us in terms of staff positions or expanded service hours, that kind of thing?
For lot cleaning?
Yeah.
So it's 15 positions. It's about 10 daily heads. That's generally what we would run on a daily basis. And then depending on how large the lot sizes are, it depends on how many we can close within a week.
Okay. And how do you triage that? If you've got 1,700 open cases, how do you triage which one to do first?
So we always focus on ones that have any open access warrants. So some of the private lots, we need to get an access warrant through DOHMH. Obviously, the more egregious ones that pose any kind of health risks, whereas high concentration of rats or needles, any lot close to a school, any lot close to a park, and then obviously where we see high concentrations of 311s or executive correspondence requests.
Has the department explored any partnerships with other city agencies or CBOs to assist?
Well, sometimes we get assistance from HPD, but that's really, right now, that's really the only partnership that we have in some of these locations.
Okay, last topic for me is going to be about the new bin requirement enforcement. We're hearing from a lot of bids, organizations like ACE and the Doe Fund, et cetera, which have long provided supplemental sanitation services to neighborhoods across New York City. A lot of my colleagues allocate funding to these groups to help support your efforts. So under new regulations, these groups will be fined if they place their collected trash bags next to the DSNY corner baskets, despite having done so for decades as part of a partnership with the city. What financial assistance, if any, is DSNY providing to bids and other nonprofits to help them comply with these new requirements?
So I think one of the things that's been effective for us since the rule was published was we've reached out to every single bid. So there's 76 bids. We've met with 65 of those 76 bids, and we've conducted 33 walkthroughs, including ACE. One of the things that we stress with them is that it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. So on-street containerization is one of those options, but we also work with them on maybe maximizing, the service as far as being more efficient as far as the time we service them, finding a central location to pick up the bags, trucking to a garage. So that's where we work with them, and it's been really productive meetings and conversations. We're going to continue to do that as much as possible with these bids and other organizations.
So the financial burden of compliance here is estimated at about $4 million just for ACE alone. These are organizations that have historically supplemented city sanitation services. Was that taken into account when this decision was made?
Sure. So absolutely. We recognize there would be some kind of financial impact. I think one of the things, as I mentioned before, is that we're not saying that on-street containerization is the only solution. So another solution that I failed to mention is, maybe adding additional baskets in certain corridors. This way they don't have to be rebagged as frequently. So there's different methods, and we'll continue to find any alternatives that, we find as we continue these walkthroughs.
Was thought given on what the impact might be on DSNY's own sanitation resources if organizations like ACE and the various bids are forced to suspend their supplemental services?
Yeah, I mean, of course, if they decide that they can't function anymore, it would be a big impact. But I think my goal is to continue to work with them as much as possible. As you know, we've extended the warning period till the end of the year. And I think as long as we have any good faith effort conversations with any of these organizations, our goal is never to summons any of these organizations. It's just to work with them and find solutions for them.
So the warning period extended to the end of the calendar year?
Correct.
Okay. We've also been joined by council members Ariola, Osei, Brewer, Banks, Salam, and Sanchez. And I'm going to thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Abreu.
Hello, Commissioner. Thank you so much for joining us today. In April 2025, New York City began enforcing its mandatory composting law, resulting in nearly 2,000 fines issued in the first week. This enforcement led to a 240% increase in compostable material collection compared to the same period the previous year. However, the city soon paused most fines to focus on education and outreach, acknowledging the need for greater public understanding of the program. This shift raises important questions about the financial and operational aspects of the composting initiative. What is the current collection rate of compostable materials citywide, and how does this compare to the city's targets for waste diversion?
So I think one of the things that we were happy to see was that in the first full month, when the compost program became mandatory, we saw just over 18 million pounds of residential compostable material diverted from landfills, which is almost a 400% increase over the same period last year. So our April 2025 diversion rate is a preliminary number of 20%, which is up from the same period last year, which was 17%. And 17% was a number that was pretty stagnant for a long time. So we saw a 3-point increase, which is pretty substantial, and that's just due in part from the composting, curbside composting program. And also, I just want to highlight that in one of those weeks, we saw a record-setting number of just over 5 million pounds diverted, which is one of the highest weeks we've ever had in history.
Did you provide the current collection rate of compostable materials citywide right now?
Oh, as far as
Of like the overall?
Yeah, so previously we were at a 1% capture rate, and now at the end of April, it's up to 5% of capture rate.
All right, so that is an increase, obviously much lower. And what's the city's targets for waste diversion, and how does it compare? The 5%, how does it compare?
So obviously, we'd like it to be a lot higher. A third of the waste is compostable. So, it's the first month. It's a real great step in the right direction. So we would like to see that higher, but, I think it's a good step from seeing that kind of progress.
How much revenue has been generated from composting fines since enforcement began? Or at least up until before it was suspended?
So we do not directly collect any revenue. The revenue generated from the fines is monitored and tracked by the Department of Finance.
So you don't have that detail?
No. So when we issued the summonses, they averaged from $25 to $100. So, if we just do a math, I think it was 3,000. We were for 4,000 summonses. So, if we.
So 4,000 times 20?
Yeah, 25 to 100 on average.
Okay. Well, we can do that math. I think it's not too hard to do that one. Has the suspension of most composting fines, has it impacted the city's waste diversion goals? And what financial implications does this have for future sustainability initiatives?
So I don't think it's impacted the goals. What we shifted to was an education and outreach model. So what we've started doing was taking our existing field supervisors and having them focus on interaction. So since the pause, we've conducted outreach to over 3,200 residences across the city, and our goal is to speak to the homeowners or any of the residents in the home, and inform them of the program and kind of get any feedback from them that they may have. One of the biggest feedbacks that we've realized is that a lot of the residents think they need to have a specific bin, and we tell them that you can use any bin that's 55 gallons or less with a tight-fitting lid. And if they have any leaf and yard waste, they can just put that in a clear plastic bag or a paper bag. So that's been really helpful. A lot of people don't realize that they can use any bin.
Do you find that the rate of composting has not changed whatsoever since the suspension of fines?
No, not at all. If anything, it's gone up. So that's been very promising to see. It's been pretty consistently high.
And you mentioned that there were 3,200, was it home visits?
Yes, 3,200 home visits.
And where did they take place?
All across the 5 boroughs.
Okay. And how were these places chosen?
So we have gone to areas where we're seeing lower levels of participation. We're also going to areas that have one of the higher density locations that have 30-plus unit buildings.
So low participation and high density,
Yeah.
fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Who within DSNY is tasked with issuing these fines?
So we have.
And what's the head count for this responsibility as well?
Okay.
My apologies.
Yep. So we have supervisors that are scheduled, assigned daily to sectors. So there's, 232 sections across the city. About 203 of them are assigned daily. And those are the supervisors that are tasked to issue these warnings, the outreach, and then ultimately fines for the 30-plus unit buildings.
What is the PS and OTPS budget relating to composting operations?
So the total PS baseline budget for organics is approximately $33.4 million, and that's covering approximately 299 uniform positions.
What is the actual spending to date this year?
Yeah, sure. So the PS spending is rolled up in our entire PS budget because it's just a part of collection operations, so we don't track organic spending on PS separately. However, in terms of processing, the organics processing expenses through the end of January, which is the latest invoice we have, is $5.5 million.
What are the projected costs associated with the city's composting education and outreach programs?
So as the commissioner mentioned, at the moment, we're doing this with existing resources. We have dedicated in-house outreach staff who are currently focused on organics outreach. There's no additional or dedicated line item for it, but we're doing this outreach every single day.
It's fair to say that the administration suspended fines because voters, as the mayor said, was confused, right, regarding what composting is, what it looks like, and, what's compostable or not. So is it the administration's position then that we don't need any additional line items for funding composting education?
Everything's a matter of priorities, Mr. Chair, right? So first of all, just to clarify, I know it's come up a couple times, only some fines were suspended. Many fines can still be issued on this topic, but we are now shifting our existing in-house resources to continue outreach and education, working with our partners, the community composters, on this as well, making sure that everybody knows by the end of the year what to do and how, and fortunately it's bearing out in the tonnage numbers.
Look, at a hearing last year with OMB director, it was very clear that there was no need for more additional funding for composting education, and the council argued that there was a need, and the reason the administration stopped the fining was because voters were confused. So when a voter is confused, that means that they need education and they need more outreach. Beyond existing resources, clearly the existing resources were not enough. And so it is at least our position that we need to discuss what that projected cost is going to look like beyond existing resources. But I'll proceed. I'm going to now pivot to DSNY's cleaning efforts, and then I'll let my colleagues ask a few questions. The executive plan includes targeted investments in key sanitation programs such as precision cleaning, greenway and park perimeter litter basket service, and the baselining of litter basket pickup. While these efforts aim to address persistent littering and service gaps, several programs remain underfunded or only partially restored, most notably the Syringe Litter Cleanup Initiative, which received no funding despite growing public health concerns. We'll begin with precision cleaning. The executive plan includes an additional $1.1 million in fiscal 2026, growing to $2.2 million in the out years, to support 21 new uniform positions in the precision cleaning program. This program targets locations with persistent illegal dumping and littering issues, particularly in areas flagged through 311 complaints. The investment is a promising response to recurring quality of life complaints, but oversight is needed to ensure it reaches the neighborhoods that need it the most. How will the 21 new uniformed staff be deployed across the boroughs to maximize coverage of the most problematic dumping and littering hotspots?
So we use a combination of 311 data, field observations, where we use a data collection app, and we're able to then analyze that data later on. We have weekly meetings with every borough, and we bring down each borough command and the district supers, and those are one of the things that we analyze. The other thing that we do with precision cleaning is that we work closely with the Interagency Homeless Encampment Task Force, and obviously wherever the need is there, we work with them on staffing the PCI crews there.
When you say data collection app, which app are you referring to?
The app's called Fulcrum.
Thank you. What performance indicators or benchmarks will DSNY use to measure the success of precision cleaning in its first year of implementation?
So I think one of the things we look for is seeing how much of the conditions that we've cleaned. So current fiscal year 25 to date, we've cleaned 6,600 locations. So I think as we look at last year, we cleaned 1,600 locations. So we're going to analyze last year's data, compare it to this year's fiscal year cleaning locations, and see, has it been efficient, has it been productive, and again, use the mobile field collection app and see if that gives any insight on effectiveness of these locations.
Does DSNY anticipate any additional funding need or expanded headcount beyond the 21 positions to meet the full demand for precision cleaning across all 5 boroughs?
So the FY 26 restores the PEG made in November 2023. So therefore, we do not anticipate any additional funding for that.
All right, my last few set of questions before I let my colleagues ask. Litter basket pickup service. The executive plan includes an additional baseline $29.7 million beginning in fiscal 2026 for current litter basket service, growing to $31 million by fiscal 2028. This funding maintains the current level of service, which helped contribute to a record drop in 301 litter complaints in fiscal 2025, but leaves little room for growth or expansion in underserved areas. What specific services, frequency, coverage area, and staffing are supported by the additional $29.7 million for litter basket pickup, and how are these resources allocated by borough or district?
So one of the great things that we are seeing is that with this level of funding, the ability to baseline the level of service that is in this executive budget allows us to maintain the level of service that we've had in previous years. So we're seeing the impact of regular high levels of funding. Overflow and litter basket complaints are down over 21% through the end of April of this year compared to the same time last fiscal year. So now that we have this baseline funding, I think now one of the things that we are going to look to do is have a more dynamic seasonal approach. Previously, we could never count on that high level of funding until the adopted budget. I think now we're going to be able to analyze that a lot better and have a long-term plan on different corridors of this across the city.
How many DSNY personnel are currently assigned to daily litter basket pickup, and is the department anticipating any hiring needs to support the increase to $31 million by fiscal 2028?
So the current baseline funding level, it's about 800 crews, so 1,600 sanitation workers a week, and we do not anticipate having to hire outside of its normal hiring schedule right now.
What would you say the number was?
It's 700. It's about 800, so it's 793 crews a week. So a little under 1,600 sanitation workers.
And my last question for now is, with funding only covering the current service level, what would be required to expand litter basket coverage to high-need areas that still report overflowing conditions or lack sufficient basket placement?
So I think one of the things to remember, Chair, about the overflowing litter basket complaints in areas that may not have the increased level of service is that a lot of times it's due to misuse. People are consistently putting household trash in the baskets, and then the basket overflows. So I think a lot of times it's really due to that more than just the need of increasing service. I think right now with what we have is sufficient enough. We try a lot of times to remove the basket and see if that makes a difference, but then a lot of times we get requests to put it back. When we put it back, then we get a lot of overflowing litter basket complaints, and then when we go out and evaluate it, it's because of the misuse. So it's we try to have a delicate balance between the two and without having to add additional service to them.
I mean, look, whether it's misuse or not, right, because our constituents still have to live with those consequences. And so, I think it's important for the department to keep that in mind.
Absolutely.
Chair?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, we've also been joined by Council Members Ung, and now we have questions, starting with Councilmember Ayala, followed by Carr.
Good morning. I have 3 questions, and actually another. I just happened to get an email from somebody. I would love for you to hear what it is that we have to address in our communities. And this gentleman just is email demanding that I give him a response as to why there's been a surge in sanitation, why we don't have a surge in sanitation resources to address the filth and deterioration of our sidewalks, which is pretty common. And that leads me to the question regarding funding across districts. Is it equitable funding? Does each district get the same amount of money and resources? And if not, how does DASNY determine how much funding goes to which district?
So one of the things that, yes, I mean, it's equitable. Part of our approach with every function, whether it's litter baskets or PCI or TNT, is that we always look to be equitable because every neighborhood is just as important as the next. So that's where we use the field observations and 311 data to try to see where the gaps are, and we make adjustments on a monthly basis where necessary.
Is that right, though? Because my understanding is that Councilmember Julie Menon, for instance,
Okay.
her district gets more funding than my district, and I've been told that it's because she has more blocks in her district than I do in mine. But her community is also super, not that she doesn't need the services. I'm not advocating to take, she can continue to have what she has, but her district, is relatively cleaner than mine is, right? I have a lot of density. I have a lot of social service providers and programs. There's a lot of poverty in my community. So there are a lot of different reasons, right? Lack of education, lack of garbage cans, that contribute to the garbage buildup in my community. So I would assume that because of those circumstances, because I see that this is not just, in my district, but in mostly primarily Black and brown communities where there's a higher density of poverty, that the streets are significantly dirtier. What is that? What formula are you using to determine then? What tells you that that we need equitable distribution of funding if there's a greater need in specific areas of the city? So,
Again, 311 data is one part of it, and I know that's not everything,
my,
right?
My
So,
constituents don't call 311.
A lot of it's also, the main focus is our field observations. Our supervisors, we have supervisors assigned to every sector every day, and part of their job is to report any conditions, whether it's, drop-offs, dump-outs, overflowing litter baskets, and that's part of what we do every week when we have these borough commands down. And when we see these numbers go up or these kind of conditions, we always make adjustments where necessary. It's not like we're just going to say, okay, it's fine just because it's a certain district. No, it's equitable across every community district.
But it doesn't look equitable. That's what I'm trying to determine is how much funding does each district get?
In terms of, I'm sorry.
For services, right? On Community Board 11, for instance.
Right.
How much funding is allocated for Community Board 11 for cleanup services?
So we don't really allocate specific funds to it. It's more just the number of posts. So I can give you the number.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I just got that here. Sorry, I'm going to get that number.
That's fine.
If you don't mind, Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to add a couple of things. I mean, the service is not equal, it's equitable, and it's based on the need in the district. Not every district has the same needs. You ran a comparison, for example, with Councilmember Menon's district. We run derelict vehicle services in your district, right?
Yes.
People abandon cars. She gets virtually zero because it's not a problem in her district. If Councilmember Menon, I'm sorry to pick on you, Councilmember, just because she used you as the example, were to say, well, how come Deputy Speaker Ayala gets derelict vehicle services and I don't? We would say, because you don't have the issue. Your district receives far more of different types of cleaning services tailored to the needs of the district. Also, probably worth mentioning that many members of this council opt to supplement with discretionary funding to DSNY. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe DSNY does not currently receive discretionary funding from your office.
No, but I still fund those same services through another organization. I don't feel like I should have to supplement cleaning services through sanitation, because you're a city agency, and that is your responsibility.
Councilmember, and I have the numbers here. So your district actually gets 11 more weekly basket trucks than CD5. So we are, looking at that and allocating them where necessary. So you are getting more weekly basket trucks than Council District 5.
Well, I will tell you that I represent East Harlem and the South Bronx, and both parts of my district are horrendously filthy on a daily basis, and I don't, I do see sanitation workers out there cleaning, and I get that there's also a responsibility on behalf of, of New Yorkers, right, to do the right thing and to throw the litter in the baskets. But I also have an overwhelming vacancy of, vanishing garbage cans throughout the years. So in my community, not everybody has a garbage can to dispose garbage in. And I cannot accept that response, because my understanding is that each garage has their own budget, and that my budget is significantly lower than that of my neighboring council member. I'm not suggesting, I'm just trying to understand why, because it's visible to whoever wants to look that the amount of garbage that's generated in communities of color is higher. So I supplement cleaning services through ACE. I supplement services through Uptown Grand Central. I also supplement services through Union Settlement, and I still cannot keep up with the demand of garbage.
So I think one of the things also that, and I'd be glad to, share any pictures with you. We have these cleanups done daily, and we take photos before and after pictures. Because we also like to make sure that the work is being performed right.
When I call your staff, they're very, responsive. They're great. I don't think that it's the staff. I don't think that it's the workforce. I think that we need additional services. I think that we need, more cleaning services. I see a lot of sanitation workers during the morning. I don't see them throughout the day unless they're picking up garbage. I don't necessarily see them throughout the day. I mean, when I'm driving to work, there's garbage everywhere. And I don't understand how it's possible when we've increased funding for litter basket removals. We've increased funding, to supplement cleaning services. I think on our end, we're doing everything that we can to address these issues, but quite frankly, while I have seen a reduction in the rat population, and I'll give you that, I have not seen the results of this, cleaner city in my community, and that bothers me, because it gives the impression to my constituents that we don't care, that as elected officials we don't care. And here we are putting in money and resources and time, and it just doesn't look that way. And I think is that we need more, right? We need more head count. We need, maybe to clean twice a day. I don't know what that looks like, but I would love it if that was a conversation that could be had, and that if there are, resources that you need in terms of the budget, that we can negotiate that and we can try to figure it out. But there is a big disconnect in between what you're testifying to and what we're seeing in our communities. And I think if you just drove by today, you would see that it's not an exaggeration. But I also want to credit the staff, because I know that your team works really hard, and they've been excellent to our office. But the South Bronx looks equally as bad. And then my final question, I'm sorry, Chair, regarding the Community Board 11 garage, do you know when you're expected to completely vacate the garage on 99th and 1st?
Right now, we don't have an end date, but we'll be glad to sit down with you and your team and kind of work out those details in the future.
Okay, I would.
And just also, I just want to add, Councilmember, that I'll be glad to either do a walkthrough with you and kind of see some of these issues that you're seeing, because not all of them are attributed to our lack of cleaning. Some of them could be other reasons. So if, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're not cleaning. I'm saying they're not cleaning enough because we're all get, you
Right.
know, we all get what we get.
Right,
But in some communities, there's a need for more.
Right.
And if nobody's acknowledging that, if nobody's saying that, and we're continuing to be okay with what we're doing,
Right.
then we're never, ever going to address this issue in communities like mine. So,
Understood.
you know, I appreciate the work of DSNY, and I pray that you get more money. But I really just want to be able to walk down a nice, clean street in my community. You know, it would be really nice.
thank you.
Thank you.
We have questions from Councilmember Carr, followed by Menon.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, as always, good to see you and your team. I just want to begin by thanking you, the Community Affairs, Intergovernmental Affairs Shops, and of course, Borough Operations for their phenomenal jobs they're all doing in collaboration with my office and with others. One of those positive collaborations has been in the area of illegal dumping. But it continues to be a persistent challenge. I just did a beach cleanup with some local not-for-profits, and you know, we're taking tons of contractor waste out of these areas. And so despite the increase in camera deployments and other means, I think we still have to focus on this. And so I was just wondering, what is the sanitation police headcount citywide and expected in the coming fiscal year? And what is the distribution to Staten Island and Southwest Brooklyn?
So the total headcount citywide for our sanitation police officers, which include supervision, are 159 total positions.
And do we know where they're distributed, you know, by borough at this point?
No, so one of the things that we try to do is that, you know, 159 for all community districts are a lot, so we try to assign them, you know, monthly or weekly as necessary. So we really don't have like a set number for each borough.
Because in the past, you know, there were times where Staten Island, I think, had one sanitation sergeant assigned, and obviously, you know, that's a lot of ground to cover for a single person. It's a lot of ground to cover for 159 people citywide. And I think that's kind of the point of my question is, unless we really start improving on that head count, it's going to really be hard to have a persistent enforcement action, which is really what you need. It's a war of attrition, right? And so is there any plan to increase the head count in the coming fiscal year?
Right now, there's not. I mean, we'd love to work with, you know, OMB and council on that, but, you know.
And are you at your budgeted head count, or do you have room for some hires?
No, we're at our budget head count right now.
Okay, well, I'd love to collaborate with you more on improving those numbers in the future. One of the other areas I wanted to talk about is one that, you know, I think I ask every time you guys testify, which is curbside electronic waste collection. That program was suspended 2 fiscal years ago. I know that there's more drop-off locations being done by the agency based on the testimony at the last hearing. It's a very small piece of the budget pie to bring that program back, and ultimately to stage for a citywide expansion, which was planned, I think, around fiscal year 18, and then, you know, COVID ensued. So there's no place for people to return their electronics unless they happen to have a model that's accepted by one of the stores they bought it from. And we only have one drop-off site in Staten Island that's permanently there. So is there any wiggle room, any opportunity for us to restore this program so Staten Islanders can get the curbside pickup they used to get, particularly in light of the fact other boroughs get more benefit from e-cycle because there's just more buildings that meet that requirement with 10 units or more?
Well, one of the things we did, council member, with that site in Fresh Kills was that we were able to expand the number of days that we have the drop-off site. So we just expanded that in December. So we're happy to look to see what kind of numbers they're yielding, but we think that is going to be beneficial, hopefully, for the residents of Staten Island, adding those 2 extra days to the drop-off sites in Fresh Kills.
Okay, looking forward to talk to you more offline. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Menon, followed by Nurse.
Great, thank you so much, Chair. So a question about litter basket pickup. So in my first year, in the council, and in each subsequent year, I've allocated $120,000 to increase litter basket pickups to 4 times a day in my district. I've also allocated $160,000 to ACE on the rat mitigation program that we're doing. As you know, my team and I researched what almost every other major city is doing in rat mitigation, and we found this novel technique using the carbon monoxide to fumigate the tree pits. So we have our own exterminator who we then utilize through ACE, and we send our exterminator out at any block in the district that needs it. We've seen an unbelievable effect of this in our council district. So my question is, with the additional funding that you're saying you're going to be doing on litter basket pickups, we are still, despite the amount of funding that my office is doing, we are still seeing a lot of complaints along First Avenue in particular. How are you going to be deploying the additional funding? How are you making decisions about where additional litter basket pickup is needed? If you could just answer that first.
I think one of the things that we're going to look to do is change the shifts that they run on. So right now, we run, the traditional shifts are in the midnight shift, and then we have some on the 4 p.m. shift. So I think we're going to look to see if we can leverage having a midday shift, so an 11 a.m. shift, to see if that can mitigate any of the issues. And we think that we've tried it in some areas, and we found it to be effective. So you have a small gap rather than waiting from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. to have some of that service. So that's one of the things we'll look to do across some of the districts with the additional funding.
And on rat mitigation, I know I ask this every year. I just feel like, why is the city not utilizing this technique that we've found really great success around?
I believe that's more of a question for DOHMH. We really don't do that kind of mitigation, but yeah.
Well, just because you're touting this, you talk about the trash
Right.
revolution,
Right.
and you talk about the decrease
Right.
in rat complaints. So what kind of conversations are you having with DOHMH about utilizing a technique like that to fumigate the tree pits?
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we like to highlight is that the big part of that is containerization, and that has seen a decline in rat sightings. We work closely with the HMH, and be glad to bring that up with them when we meet with them regularly and see if there's any traction on that end from them.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I mean, I've had many conversations with the rat czar about it. I just think it would make a lot of sense to look at that in a targeted way around the city. Thank you.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Nurse, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, chairs. Actually, you both asked my questions, but I did want to follow up on you had mentioned that you were seeing some promising numbers in the waste diversion of organic waste diversion as it relates to export costs. And I was wondering if, and maybe in the next couple of days, you could send an email with what you're seeing so we can understand the ratio of cost.
Sure.
And also what you project, should we hopefully get back on track with making this mandatory. So I wanted to request that. Yeah, I also just want to, I guess since they already asked, I won't bother, but just want to double down on the comments that, the new rule, the clean curbs for bids, you all put forth this rule. We do need help, and we think you should pick that cost up. I think it's like $5 million we've costed out to help bids get on track, get these containers installed. It's going to be very costly for them. Even just I have one bid now. They're like a $400,000 annual revenue. It's going to be like $100,000 just to get that up and running. It's a very long bid, so we do need help. And we think that since you all put this forward, it would be great for you to follow through with the solution part. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ressler.
Great. I want to thank Chair Abreu for his great leadership of this committee, and I feel like we're starting our executive budget hearings with sanitation because it's Chair Brannon's favorite committee. There's nobody who's more obsessed with how clean our city is than Chair Brannon, so I am grateful for that, and grateful for the leadership of the Department of Sanitation. I just want to ask a few questions. Firstly, on federal funding. So, according to our review, about 10% of the FY25 budget for the Department of Sanitation is federally funded. Is that right? $200 million?
Yeah, that's approximately correct, yes.
Right. Have you all received any guidance from the Office of Management and the Budget or City Hall on the status of federal grants? Are these all confirmed and received?
Right.
You have,
So the funding that you're referencing is all for activities that already happened prior to the end of last calendar year, so it only covered the first half of this fiscal year.
none of the federal grants applied to the second half of the fiscal year?
Correct, because that was all American Rescue Plan funding that went towards waste export and litter basket service.
And you've been reimbursed for all of that funding?
I don't know if we've received, I'd have to check to see if we've received the amount, but the service period was during last calendar year, so it's not impacted.
So you're
by
not
anything that's going-
anticipating any of significant federal funding for your FY26 budget?
No.
What percent of your, how much funding in FY26 are you anticipating as federal funds?
I mean, less than 1%, not anything of any sort of significance. Our budget is almost entirely city funded. That federal funding that you're referencing was kind of one-time federal funding.
And it's been nearly completely reimbursed?
Yes.
Okay, great. Composting. So I've been troubled that the really great work that has been done by the Department of Sanitation to help ensure that we have curbside composting citywide has been undermined by the leadership at City Hall. It's been reported that Disney collected 2.5 million pounds of compost during the first week of April after fines went into effect. Last week, how many pounds of compost did we collect? Now that the City Hall has prevented you from implementing all of the fines that New Yorkers, may have earned?
More than that, council member.
It's gone up.
So the pause happened in the middle of April, so approximately April 16th. So for that week, we collected 4.5 million pounds. The following week, which was the first full week on the pause, we collected, which was the record setting, was 5.3 million pounds. The week after that, which was the week of April 28th, we collected 5.2 million pounds.
So it did go down.
So it went slightly down, but
Okay.
it's still one of the highest weeks.
No, positive. I mean, progress, but down.
Yeah, and then this week, we still have to reconcile the numbers, but it looks like it's over 5 million. It's going to probably be a lot higher. So we haven't seen a big decline, because previous to April, the first week of April, we were at like 2.5 million. So we have seen the numbers stay in the 5 million mark, which is really promising.
But a modest decline all the same as a result, potentially, of City Hall's decision to not implement fines?
Well, no, the third week was one of the highest weeks ever.
I just meant the 5.3 down to 5.2, and then last week it sounds like just over 5.
Well,
we may be trending in the wrong direction.
Well, we're not sure about last week because we still have to reconcile the loads that we offload by the end of last Saturday.
Okay. Do you have any timeline horizon from City Hall, any direction whatsoever on when these fines are going to be back fully in effect?
So right now we anticipate that this will be until the end of the year, but we are
The
still
calendar year?
calendar year.
Wow.
So, but we're still able to, and we are, intend on writing violations to some of the buildings with 30-plus units.
And does the Department of Sanitation think this is the appropriate policy to not implement fines
Yeah.
after years of education and outreach for curbside composting?
Yeah, so one of the things I mentioned, Councilmember, is that we've shifted into that outreach and education, and I mentioned previously that we've conducted outreach to over 3,200 locations citywide, and we are seeing them to be very productive interactions. So our field supervisors that are assigned to these geographical areas are trying to make contact with anybody that lives at that building. And we are finding that some of them are still a bit confused about the program, and we're just explaining it to them, and it is being helpful. So they're being very productive.
Yeah, I think that we obviously passed this law. We care deeply about it. I know that the Department of Sanitation does as well. We saw a major increase in the amount of pounds that were being collected, in the compost that's being collected when the fine started to take effect. And I'm concerned that an 8-month plus delay in implementing this policy is going to move collection in the wrong direction. And the rat conditions in our city can't wait. Our climate goals can't wait. we have the infrastructure to be able to collect more compost. The way we will do it is to ensure there's some accountability, and we tell New Yorkers these are the rules and they have to follow them. So I hope that this pause will not be as extended as City Hall anticipates, and we should push for speedier implementation. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you.
You have questions from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Williams.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
I want to thank your team for their leadership and their support in Brooklyn. I just have 4 quick questions, so I'm going to just do rapidly, and then you all could respond. Which park perimeters and greenway locations will be directly serviced through the restored $1.4 million and FY26 funding, and how are these sites selected? And is DSNY actively coordinating with the Parks Department to create joint rapid response strategies for parks perimeters experiencing illegal dumping? Because we experience that a lot in Central Brooklyn. I also wanted to know, and you mentioned the misuse of litter baskets and enforcement. I wanted to know, with civilian enforcement funding in Brooklyn held flat at $685,000 between FY25 and FY26, can DSNY ensure this body that enforcement against alternate side parking violations and other quality of life infractions like household trash being thrown in front of businesses will not continue to disproportionately impact Central Brooklyn? And my last question is in regards to DSNY bins. How does DSNY plan to accommodate low-income older adults and households in need who cannot afford compliant bins, particularly given the $10.7 million request for reimbursement was unmet in the executive budget? And I mentioned that as well because in your testimony, you mentioned that the agency does not have access to STAR and eSTAR, but I haven't heard a solution within that testimony. So those are my 4 questions.
Okay, so let me see if I can get the...
And I could go back.
Okay.
I'm limited on time.
So as far as the
Greenway?
The greenways, the parks, perimeter, and greenway, there are about 600 locations across the city, and we work closely with parks to identify which are those more higher trafficked areas. But we work with them regularly, and we obviously are happy to make any adjustments where we're seeing any.
But who picks the location? Is it DSNY and is it Parks?
DSNY, but we work closely with parks on any feedback they give us, so we're happy to make those adjustments, but also it's our supervisions that make those adjustments.
Okay.
I think the next question was about the illegal dumping in the parks.
In the parks.
In the parks. So your question was specific to what enforcement?
What is the coordinated or rapid response, being that Parks is doing this solo?
Right.
Is there something that you all are working together as a strategy?
So I think we're working together with them on some, I think they just announced recently some installation of illegal dumping cameras, so we're working closely with them on our, we have the model that we use for the 331 cameras that we have across the city.
Right.
So we're working with them on that and assisting where necessary. As far as any kind of enforcement inside the park, that was part of Proposition 2. So that gave us the authority to go in there, but we don't have the resources right now to go inside the parks. But we work with them closely on any locations on the perimeter, and we're happy to work with them wherever they see necessary.
And the last one regarding low-income older adults.
Correct. So that right now we are not appropriated any funds for that bill. One of the things that we had initially suggested was to only focus on the disability homeowner exemption or the senior citizen homeowner exemption,
Right.
which was a lot lower of a cost. But right now we have no.
But does the
appropriated-
agency have its own solution while you guys are trying to figure it out?
So it depends on how much the funding levels would be. Right now, we are not appropriated anything. I think our estimates were upwards of $34 million, which would be, if we get that amount and we have to reimburse everybody and give everybody a bin, then we'd have to scale up a lot bigger of an operation. So right now, until we know what funds are appropriated, we really don't have a sense of that.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we have questions, Councilmember Williams, followed by Brewer.
Thank you so much, Chair. And before I start, I just wanted to shout out Garage 12 and 13 and Chief Kavanaugh, who are always really helpful. I wanted to quickly follow up on something that the Deputy Speaker mentioned, because you said that the funding is not equal, it's equitable. So I just wanted to understand the criteria you use to determine how to fund the different garages, because your criteria might not be criteria that we think should be a part of how you make up which garage should get what.
Yeah, I mean, my goal is to have no litter on the street or no dump outs, right? So the criteria is we get locations that are reported dirty, whether it's 311 or field observations, and the goal is to get those numbers down. So that's really the goal here. We also try to maximize any kind of operations we have. So if we have any kind of litter basket crews out there, we try to have them also service any kind of drop-offs or areas that have been illegally dumped at, something that is within the scale where they can handle. But ultimately, our goal is not to leave a condition laying around for weeks at a time. And that's part of what we use the trash stash meetings for, where we...
The trash what?
Well, it's one of the meetings that we have, where we have the borough commands down and the district supers.
So you pretty much use 311 data
and field observations.
Observational data from sanitation workers,
supervisors, and management staff. So all of them are required to, we also take complaints from elected officials, community boards. So
all of that gets factored into how you budget out for each garage?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I just had a question on the lot cleaning program. So I know that the chair asked you a series of questions, and I know this is supposed to be the best budget ever, but just trying to understand how you are going to address the extensive lot cleaning backlog if the PEG restoration only keeps things status quo. And as far as I know, there's only about 10 sanitation workers that are assigned to a city of 8 million with tons of lots spread across the 5 boroughs.
Right.
That does not seem like a best budget allocation to address a very serious issue.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, we have over 1,700 lots that are backlogged. I think we'd be happy to work, on future budgets, but I think at least now it gets us that baseline where previously it wasn't. And we always go after, our goal is to try to clean them all, but we're gonna go after the most egregious ones, and anything that's obviously like a big health risk. So we're just gonna work closely on making that more efficient and working with the administration on future budgets.
Okay, because I do give a lot of discretionary to my garages, and they still have this problem because I have a ton of vacant lots, and it's very difficult to get them to go out and clean them, even though they want to. And sometimes they find the resource to do it, which is why I gave Chief Kavanaugh a shout out, but they do not have the resources to truly do a robust job around cleaning the lots.
Right.
The other question I have is, how do you track the patterns of chronic illegal dumping by location and frequency? I know the previous commissioner did give me data on the 311 complaint, so my district has the highest out of all of New York City for illegal dumping 311 complaints, but the funding and resources to support illegal dumping does not match that. So you just testify that you do use the 311 data, but I don't think that between Garage 12 particularly, which CB 12 has the highest rate of 311 complaints for illegal dumping, the resources fit that data.
Let me see if I have that.
And I don't know if that's still the case. This was a few years ago when she just started, but just wondering how you are continuing to track that.
Yeah, no, we still continue to track that. Let's see if I can get some of those stats for you.
And do you coordinate with other agencies, PD, DOT, or local bids? I know in my district, I've been working with the Queens DA, but this is not standard across the city. Like, there's not a lot of interagency coordination around how to even address illegal dumping. So
No, we work closely with all the city agencies. I mean, NYPD has access to our illegal dumping cameras as well. And I have some stats for you on your district. So the 11 cameras you have yielded 6 impounds and 7 summonses in calendar year 25 to date. So they've
Okay,
been.
are you scheduled to place more cameras? Because I know I funded a few, the mayor's office funded a few.
Right, so not at this time, we don't have any funding for additional cameras.
And have you ever thought, this is my last question, thank you, Chair. Have you ever explored or thought of piloting a community-based deterrence program? So it's very difficult if people have cameras. I know recently you guys sort of tweaked the law where it's like you gotta catch them in the act. You're not really allowed to use cameras that are not DSNY cameras. It's very particular. And so has there been any efforts to have the community help you address this issue? Because clearly you don't have enough enforcement workers, you don't have enough funds to place cameras, and you struggle to pick up the actual trash in relatively timely fashion. So have you thought of other alternatives to help with this issue?
Right, so one of the things with illegal dumping is that a citizen or somebody that observes illegal dumping that's done through a vehicle, there is a program that they can call us and contact us, and we can write a summons based on their observations. They'd have to sign an affidavit, but that is something that is currently in place right now.
Okay, I would just encourage you to think about how to use like civilian cameras for some of these things. I know, again, we have tried to do that, but it's always an issue with Department of Sanitation being able to use private footage to catch cars
Right.
who are dumping.
Right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the council budget response calls for $10 million in capital for more illegal dumping cameras, just to note. We have questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Salam.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, thank you, Commissioner, for all your support, and also Superintendent Glenn Baldwin from District 7. Alternate side of the street parking. These friggin' people do not move their damn cars, and I don't know what to do. I have worked with PD and your wonderful local superintendent to try to get in some blocks. We go out in the morning, we put up signs, do not park, but it's very, I would say, labor intensive. We can't do that on, 300 blocks.
Right.
So I'm happy to undo the city council law that says you can't put a sticker on. I put stickers all over these damn cars. So I don't know if you have any other ideas, but it's really curbing your ability to clean the streets. I don't know if it's just on the Upper West Side, but I think it's elsewhere also. And
So-
they're not moving. I don't know what's in them. What's
I could just tell you anecdotally from my experience, I was a field supervisor at one point, and those were the most effective things that we can do to deter vehicles not moving for alternate side parking, which were the stickers. So to your point, we'd be happy to work
we
with
should
you.
undo the stupid law that took the stickers away and put them back.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I'm happy to work with you on that because that was very effective.
I can't get them to move. I mean, literally, myself, I go out and I cannot, we've all been trying. All right, so we're back to stickers because they're not moving. Second is on the issue of street vendors. Are you 100% now responsible for their enforcement, or are you working with consumer? How does that work?
So we are responsible for overseeing that. We don't oversee any vendors that are involved in any kind of counterfeit vending. That's under the purview of NYPD still.
Okay.
And we are currently not inside any parks. That's still under the purview of Parks
Right.
Department.
So it's mostly the food vendors primarily then?
Correct.
Okay, and that's 100% your issue? Because sometimes there's a dispute as to whether two people need to be on two different tables, et cetera. So you should know that there's a lot of discussion about, we still have to get some of these rules to be correct. Graffiti, I know you do take it off. How do you decide where you're gonna go? Is it just a 311 complaint? Do you try to batch them together, et cetera?
Yeah, it's 311 complaints, and that's one of the things that we highlighted is that we have closed those 311 complaints very, very quickly since we took it over. But we also take any external requests, whether it's council members or community boards, but yeah, we usually get to them really, really quickly within the allotted time.
Okay, because it seems like what people do it, then they come right back. I am not happy, as you know, about Councilmember Hudson's law potential that says you have to keep, as a co-op or owner for over 9, I guess, units, you have to pay for this containerization. Is that true in other cities? Is that how it works? I mean, people are already upset about everything in the world, and I just, it seems to me that sanitation is supposed to be paid for by the public. In other words, it's a public good. And so I understand maybe a one-time cost, but to be paying it over and over again. I know you have to maintain them. I've listened to your discussion, but it does seem to me that that seems to be an unfair burden on individuals. Those of us under 9, I'm one of them, we don't pay. We get our $51 bin, which I like very much. Nobody has stolen it. And that's it. But how is it that you think those who are over 9 units will be happy paying, or it won't be an issue, or do you think it's right?
Well, obviously nobody's going to be happy about paying it, but I think it's in order for us to maintain these bins, and obviously there's going to be a lot that can happen with them. But before we get too far ahead, I think the pilot in M9 will.
But they're not paying.
Right, but the pilot will teach us a lot of things about some of the things that these bins will encounter. I think having that is an investment, and I know that it's one of these things that people complain about, but having bags on the street is obviously painful to see. So I think once you see these containers fully operational in District 9, I think a lot of people will see some of the benefits and maybe see differently.
I'm not agreeing with you, but I hear what you're saying. Finally, abandoned vehicles. Manhattan does not have a tow pound. NYPD's problem, not yours, but it's sort of everybody's problem.
Right.
Once to the credit of Cuomo, and we got Pier 76 is now an open pier, no tow pound. Where do you take the Manhattan abandoned, and is that an issue? In other words, I get told sometimes we have no place to put the car.
Right. That's NYPD strictly handles the road tow vehicles. We handle the derelict vehicles that have certain criteria valued of a vehicle valued under $1,250, and those are taken by our vendors in their yards. So right now
So you don't have a problem
we don't
placing them?
we don't have an issue with the derelict vehicles.
Okay, and just finally, I know this sounds like an Upper West Side thing, but they don't like to wake up at night to the, I don't know if it's the private carters or you, but are most of your sanitation pickups during the early morning, or some of them are at 3 o'clock? Depends on perhaps the day.
Yeah.
But I am swamped with my lovely constituents complaining about being woken up.
Right. So it depends where, but in Manhattan, the majority of the dayline shift starts at 5 a.m.
Okay, well, they're not complaining about 5 a.m. It's the 3 and the 4 and the 2.
Yeah, I think in Manhattan, we're about 10 to 15% of the collections are on the midnight shift. But I'm happy to look to see what areas are you getting complaints about, and maybe making some adjustments where necessary.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, question from Councilmember Salam, followed by Ariola.
Thank you, and good morning.
Morning.
I've got a few questions. One is about the field observations.
Correct.
What we've seen in my district, and I think has been echoed as well throughout, is that oftentimes we may see sanitation come and pick up trash, and in some communities, they get off the trucks if there's trash that's left on the ground, and then they sweep it up and put it into the sanitation trucks as well. I was just driving here this morning, and on 111th Street and Madison Avenue, there was trash that was picked up, but there was a whole bunch of trash that was left in the street. And I was just wondering, in terms of that, is it the 311 that someone would have to call to get that to be picked up again, or?
Well, yeah, anybody can call 311 in that instance, but the crews are required to clean up that kind of spillage. So, I mean, we'd happy to look into that instance and see what happened there, but they are required to clean up after that kind of, that the circumstance that you mentioned.
And then my next question is regarding, so there's a lot of residents in my district that are very diligent in terms of trying to make sure that they capture some of the illegal dumping that's happening.
Right.
Of course, it's very distressing when my community receives fines from the Department of Sanitation, and our chair mentioned that there's a commitment to strengthening the enforcement by implementing new cameras. Is there a plan as to where these cameras will be placed or greater enforcement will be focused so that the residents in my community are not unjustly impacted?
Right. We'll be happy to work with you on any locations. One of the things that we find when we found when we were installing the 331 that we have installed is that some of the locations are experiencing more of an illegal drop-off more than illegal dumping. So an illegal drop-off is somebody from a home taking a bag and dumping it in a corner or in front of another property, and that doesn't constitute illegal dumping. Illegal dumping has to be from a vehicle. So sometimes where a council member would want a camera up, it really wouldn't yield any kind of returns as far as like catching illegal dumpers. So, but I'll be happy to work with you and your office on moving some of the current ones or future locations to see what how beneficial they may be.
Definitely, yeah. I got a question about the budget itself. So DSNY expressed concerns that implementing the reimbursement system would cost $36 million. What assumptions inform this projection, and how does it differ from the council's $10.7 million estimate?
So we're still evaluating the cost impact, but just to give you a sense of what some of that estimate came from is that there are currently 265, a little over 265 eligible households that are 1 to 2 family homes that are enrolled in STAR or E-STAR. 106, a little over 164 of those are 1 family homes. So we make an assumption that they would receive one 45-gallon bin, which costs $54.60. So that is $9 million. And then a little over 101,000 are 2 family homes. We would assume they would receive 2 bins each at the same cost, and that would be $11 million. So that alone is $20 million. And then when you factor in the reimbursement piece and the cost to stand up an application and staffing, is where we come up with it's upwards of $34 million was our estimate.
Chair, I just have one last. So my last question: if Disney is not appropriated the full funding amount to implement this program, what elements of the legislation would be most at risk, like bin distribution, reimbursements, or administration capacity, and how will services be impacted?
So I don't think the services would be impacted. I mean, right now, residents can use their own bin that's 55 gallons or less. But one of the things that we had suggested previously to consider was instead of the full STAR and E-STAR population would be to use the senior citizen homeowner exemption and disability homeowner exemption, which is a lot of a lower cost. And obviously, it's a lot less than what the $34 million that we're estimating.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you for being so available and your team being so accessible.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate all the work they do in my district. I want to just continue what Councilmember Salam was saying, because this program, this intro 1126, is really limited to STAR participants. So I think the number is much less. And so, and it goes into effect in April, and yes, it's going to take a little bit of working up and getting some numbers, but it is a law now. It's no longer an intro, it's a law. And it's a law that has to go into effect. Right. And I think it's much less than in fact, the council estimated it at 10.7. It was very disheartening to see that the mayor did not put that in his budget, because these are his taxpayers, these are his voters, and it should be done. So that's just my soapbox. The other thing is, when we talk about lot cleaning and the targeted neighborhood task force, which is terrific, but I see the numbers that are here, and you say that they're lower than they were in the past. At its peak, what were you getting in budgeted amount for these particular initiatives?
So for lot cleaning, the head count previously was 76 sanitation worker positions.
Mm-hmm. And how many? What was the money, the dollar amount?
I'd have to get back to you on the dollar amount, but it was 76 positions. What was the team? And TNT, the higher positions were 141 sanitation worker positions.
And now it's 60?
And it's down to 57.
57. So what I didn't see mentioned here was graffiti. Does that include graffiti removal still?
Yes, graffiti is actually in EDC's budget, so that was funded for the next fiscal year.
Okay, and in being a council member that does provide funding for extra basket pickups, especially along Jamaica Avenue, it does make a difference. And you could see why we'd have to supplement because of the deficits that you're seeing in your budget and in your head count to get the job done. And that's why you have the backlog that you do. So it's understandable. So we have to really push on the administration to really increase your budget, increase your staffing, to make sure you have all the capabilities you need to do a good job. Because when you go into a district, if it's dirty, people don't want to move there, they don't want to stay there, they don't want to send their children to school there, and that's not something that we want for our districts. But the extra pickups that we do provide through funding, that helps quite a bit. I'd also like to echo a number of my colleagues in saying, I'm happy that you're working with the bids and the CBOs because we would hate to lose them. They really do pick up a lot of slack. They do a lot of work, and it is a great program for entry into the workforce. So anything you can do to help them, then great. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ong.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner and the team for our partnership throughout the years. I just want to follow up the question I had last time about Intro 97 that became Local Law 67. It's about the violators, the super fines for stupid line violations.
Right.
I believe last time you said that is being issued, that this has been in effect. However, is there still any updates to numbers in my district? Because I feel, and I don't think I'm the only district feeling this way, that a lot of, frankly, a lot of businesses, I don't really see much improvement in what's going on. So I really would appreciate an update on those numbers.
Yeah, it has been fully implemented. One of the things that with that law is that we have to wait for them to be adjudicated in order for the escalator to come into play. So I think it would take some time to actually have what those numbers are. But it has been fully implemented, and it's one of the things that we are looking at as far as the results it yields in all the community districts.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is about vendor enforcement, which I think you all know it's my top priority in my district. I know there's only 40 to 45 sanitation enforcement officers for citywide. Is there any plans to increase this in FY26?
No, right now that's the amount. I think we've reached the saturation point as far as positions. I think we'd be happy to work with you on seeing what that number would be, but I think right now there is no plans to increase that headcount.
Well, I would speak for myself. I think that's rather unfortunate because I think myself, including many others, have expressed the dissatisfaction, I guess, with the vendor enforcement. But yes, I would like to talk to you more about vendor enforcement in my district. Thank you.
Councilmember Stevens.
Hello, good morning, or good afternoon.
Good morning.
I have a couple minutes for afternoon. Well, one, I just wanted to add my thoughts to the same thing that Deputy Speaker Ayala was talking about, just the comparison in districts and how the lack of additional efforts, because I think people hear equity and they think equity is we all get the same thing, but we all don't need the same things. And so I really need that to be taken into consideration in District 16 in the West Bronx, because my streets are filthy. One of the things that I get the most complaints about is just how the streets are filthy. I know people don't move their cars for street cleaning, but there's no enforcement either. Literally up the block from our office on Elton, cars have not been moved in months, and the truck doesn't even go there anymore. Garbage cans, there's no garbage cans throughout my district. You find them on 161st, where the Yankees are, and by the courthouse, but once you start to walk down Webster or Morris, there are absolutely no garbage cans. I know for a fact that my predecessor paid for multiple garbage cans throughout the district that have been removed. And so those things are just unacceptable. So how do we expect people to keep things clean when there's not even a place for them to put their trash? And so really thinking about what is the plan to ensure that the equity looking like our communities who need more are getting more, in addition to, can you please stop removing the garbage cans in my district and put them back? I do not think it's okay for me to have to use my discretionary funding in a district that has extreme need on replacing garbage cans that sanitation removed. So can you please tell me your plan to put garbage cans back in my district and me not having to pay for them?
Yeah, and I just, council members, sometimes it's not always us removing them. We get requests all the time to replace baskets in areas, and for some reason they get removed. It happens all the time.
So could we figure out who's removing them?
I'm sorry?
Could we figure out who's removing them? Because I don't think anyone has taken them upstairs in Webster Project. So could we figure out where they went? Could we do some of that?
I'd be glad to work with you in your office and seeing where those locations are and replacing those.
I mean, honestly, the only places in my district we can have a ride through it together. There is no garbage cans. Like, there is none. And again, the same sentiments. When we call, the folks, the garages are great. They're always trying to be responsive, but that is just not enough.
I'll be happy to work with you on seeing where the locations are and seeing why they're being removed and find a resolution for them.
Absolutely, because I don't have money to keep replacing them. Again, I know for a fact my predecessor had dedicated and spent money before I got there because she was trying to set me up for success, and they were removed. And we can also talk to her because she's currently the borough president, so she also knows, right? And so I think that also thinking about the street cleaning, it's not happening. I think one of the things that Councilmember Salam also spoke about is the garbage. When they do pick up the garbage, they leave loads of trash in the middle of the street. So it's like diapers and clothes, like all on the ground, and they drive off. That's not done in other communities. And so I would really appreciate when you guys are in my district that there's an extra level of care as well as it is in other parts of the city, because it's not being seen, because I get so many complaints about it.
Absolutely.
Especially on Park Avenue. When you go down Park, it's a complete dumping zone. I have put dumping cameras up. It has not alleviated. So I need more understanding of, even around the dumping. Right. What does it look like when you have a dumping camera and people are still dumping there? What is the solution? Because that's not working either.
Right. Yeah, and just back to your point, if you had litter baskets that were funded, then they should still be there. So again, glad to work with you on seeing why they've been missing and replace those. Shouldn't have to pay for it if they were paid for already. So.
And even if they weren't, there is none in my district, so we can also go through so you can see how they're done.
Definitely.
And how is that possible? When I go on Fifth Avenue and there's a garbage can on every single corner, that's not okay. And so when people go downtown and they see that and they come back to my district, do you know what they say? You're not doing your job. Why are you not fighting for us? And that's not okay, because I am.
Right.
And so I need us to come up with a real solution. If I go to a community and they have a garbage can on every corner, I need to see that. And then last time I was told, oh, they paid for them. So if I pay for them and you remove them, what are we doing?
No, I agree with you. If they paid for them, they should have them there. So.
But I shouldn't have to pay for them.
Great.
I shouldn't have to pay for them.
Yep. Great.
Thank you.
Yep.
Majority Leader Farias.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, folks, for coming. Sorry I came in halfway through your answering councilmember questions, so if any of these were already repeated, please let me know. I just want to talk about the addressing of issues around chronic dumping. I've already heard a couple of the members bring it up. And if there's any supplemental services for areas in our districts around our IBZs and how that's tackled. And then I have a question just on DSNY cameras. For example, they typically have to be coupled with expense dollars when we place them in our communities. Can you folks talk more about how you're looking at expanding your expense budget every cycle to meet the requirements that, or at least to meet us on our side where we're at on placing cameras throughout our districts? You know, I have several areas that have been recommended to me that the district has recommended that you folks agree with needing cameras, but my minimal expense budget that's at capacity can't also give the capital and meet you at the expense item. So if we can have just a dialogue around how we're tackling that, and if every budget you are asking the administration for more expense and it's not being met.
Right. Your first question was about illegal dumping
In the manufacturing and IBZ zones, and if we have supplemental services, or what's the, how are we tackling those areas?
So, nice to see you, Majority Leader. Just the IBZs specifically are a good example of the kinds of places where we look at for camera placement. The program is not specific to them, but they absolutely meet a lot of the criteria, right? You know, so much of the problem with illegal dumping is that crooked contractors, people from out of town, see these areas that they perceive as out of the way. Right? No one comes here. It's industrial. There's nobody here at night. But obviously, it's not out of the way. It's somebody's neighborhood. It's my neighborhood or your neighborhood or somebody else's neighborhood. So while we don't target them in particular, you are right that they hit the criteria of the kinds of places that often incidentally get cameras. And
and then the question about the expense budget, DC Antonelli will take.
Yeah, I think the challenge that we have is that when a camera gets funded, the total cost of a camera over 5 years is $31,000, but only $15,000 of that is capital, and the other $15,000 is expense. So it is challenging for us when we receive that one-time capital funding, and then we don't receive anything in the out years for the expense.
Yeah, I mean, my question is, how are you tackling that in your annual budget asks to the administration? If every single one of us gave, for example, $85,000 for 5 or 6 cameras, and we took care of the capital receipt, how are you, I mean, none of us here can empty out like our Greener NYC pot to give you expense. Maybe we could one year, but consistently, probably not every year, since a majority of us are also using, you know, supplemental sanitation services to take care of our streets and our, you know, our corridors and our neighborhood corridors. So my ask is, what's the work, or what's the maybe lack of response from the administration on expanding your expense so we can take care of half of the receipt and the other half could be taken care of?
I mean, to date, we haven't received any additional funding for that, so each year we do have to, you know, reallocate our internal resources to pay for those ongoing costs.
And do you folks have a, maybe a, like a, you know how we have capital plans saying like over 5 years, we're gonna try to tackle X amount of things? Do you folks have on that side, like, we'd like to have cameras over the next 5 years in these 50 locations, so the expanded expense budget or discretionary budget has to go up this amount? Have those conversations happened with the administration?
I mean, we have disclosed the ongoing costs. We do that as a regular part of our, when we purchase cameras.
Okay, so it's just necessarily, it's not necessarily being met as a, like an internal plan over a course of period of time. It's like case by case basis where you folks find the need, then you readapt your resources to move expense dollars.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Of course. All right, my last set of questions, unless my other colleagues here have any additional questions they'd like to ask. Commissioner, the plan includes the restoration of funding that was removed in November 2023 for the park perimeter and greenway basket service, including the restoration of 15 uniformed positions, with $1.4 million in allocated funds in fiscal 2026, $1.5 million in fiscal 27, and $1.7 million in fiscal 28, and $2.4 million in fiscal 29. The restoration ensures continued service for maintaining clean park perimeters and greenway basket areas. Are the additional $1.4 million and 15 uniform positions in fiscal 26 sufficient to meet the scope of cleanliness needs for park perimeters and greenways?
So the baseline funding supports 18 positions dedicated to this. So this is just perimeter, so it's supplemental to parks. The 600 locations that I referenced earlier, we feel is adequate for the high traffic areas, but we're always happy to work with parks or any members of the council on areas that they're seeing that there's a lapse in service where we can make adjustments where necessary.
And the 600 locations out of how many total locations that could fall within this if fully funded?
Yeah, I believe there's 1,700 parks.
Okay. So you could do more with more.
Yes.
Right. I mean, I think that's always the case, right? What metrics will DSNY use to evaluate whether current basket service levels are adequate? And how will these metrics inform any future funding or staffing requests?
So I think what I mentioned before, we call Trash Dash, which is our internal application where we track the different different types of data, which is 311, field observations, any kind of external complaints, and we track that and seeing any year-over-year increases or decreases, 28-day and then a week-to-date, and we're looking to see that type of data to see where we need to make any adjustments. As I mentioned before, for the current fiscal year to date, the same period, we have seen a 21% decrease in 311 complaints, but we're always happy to get any kind of feedback from any external entity and seeing where those lapses are.
Staying within the park perimeter and Greenway basket services for a second, were any areas deprioritized or removed from service routes after the 2023 PEG? And if so, have all of them been fully reinstated under the current restoration?
We don't believe there were areas that were deprioritized, so it maintains the current level of service that we have this current fiscal year.
So are all the parks that were subject to it were they reinstated, or were there others that were removed?
There were some that were removed, but I think the ones that we worked with Parks on were the ones that felt they were priority and needed the most attention.
It would be helpful for us to know which ones were removed.
Sure.
How is DSNY coordinating with parks and other agencies to ensure this program meets community expectations, especially in high traffic or historically underserved areas?
So we meet with them regularly, and any feedback they get or any observations we make, we take that into consideration, and it's a dynamic process, so we're not married to any one particular location.
Now, transitioning to syringe cleanup, despite a clear need and the council's $1.1 million call for 16 new staff to expand syringe litter cleanup and environmental enforcement, our budget response, the executive plan includes no additional funding for this critical public health function. This leaves high foot traffic and vulnerable areas without dedicated capacity to address used syringe collection, which is an ongoing risk to both sanitation workers and the public. What is DSNY's current capacity for syringe litter cleanup, and how many incidents are logged and responded to each month with existing staff?
So right now we have 6 DSNY officers.
6?
6 dedicated to syringe removal citywide. And for the current fiscal year to date, we've removed over 102,000 needles.
102,000?
102,000 needles, yeah. And one of the things when we get a 311 complaint on a discarded needle is we're required to remove that immediately. So we respond regardless of what we have to those locations to remove those needles.
And what's the monthly rate? Is it 100,000 divided by 12? Is that what it would be? But that would just be the average.
Yeah, I'd have to get you the specific numbers for that.
Okay. What would the 1.1 million proposed by the council have covered in terms of new headcount, equipment, and enforcement expansion? And what scope of services could be provided with these additional funds?
Hi. So, we did read the response, and we saw that it included 1 civilian and 15 uniform staff. But we'd be happy to discuss it further, because I guess we don't fully understand exactly, what the calculation behind that. So we would love to work with you to see that, so we can reconcile with what we think that'll cover.
I think we would be more than happy to have that meeting.
Yes.
And certainly, again, we can do more with those additional funds.
Mm-hmm.
It could be several hundreds of thousands that get picked up versus the 100,000, right?
Yeah.
So we hear a lot from, places like in East Harlem, for instance, where, in places in Central Harlem and even West Harlem where this is an ongoing problem. It affects our districts. And my last question is, does the DSNY plan to revisit this funding need in future plans, and what short-term measures, if any, are being considered in the meantime?
So right now, Chair, we don't have any plans to revisit the funding at this time, but we're happy to work with council and administration on what that increase would be if necessary.
Well, we plan to revisit those conversations. Thank you so much my apologies. We have Councilmember Salamanca who's joined us and has questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I want to start off by just saying thank you for the openness and the working relationship that we have, being able to access you and your team and a response in a timely manner. It's really appreciated. And I want to thank you because just recently your team, which we just posted today, cleaned up some illegal dumping that occurred in the Hunts Point community, and I know that you saw it firsthand when you did the walkthrough with us. I just have a very simple question. Composting. My neighbors are asking me, are we doing it or are we not doing it? Can you please give me an answer?
Yeah, of course. So it is mandatory. We are doing it. We have shifted our focus on outreach and education. So one of the things that we want to do is to have any interactions with anybody that may be confused of exactly what's needed. A lot of residents we find from our current outreach interactions, which was 3,200 recently interactions so far since we had the pause, is that a lot of residents don't realize that you don't have to use a specific bin. You can use any bin. Obviously, the brown bin is ideal because it has a latching lid, but you can use any bin that's under 55 gallons or less that's tight-fitting with a tight-fitting lid. Or if they have just leaf or yard waste, they can use even a clear plastic bag. So they don't need. Some people are saying, "Oh, I need the paper bag, lawn bags," and that's not. With this program, you can use even a clear plastic bag. So those are one of the things that we're looking to do. If there's any areas that you feel will benefit from additional outreach, we'll be glad to shift our focus there to those areas.
All right. And I think there was a confusion, and my neighbors are asking because they saw in the press that the administration said that they were going to slow down on the violations for those that are not compliant. So if there's no violations, their perception is that it's not necessary to compost.
Well, we are still able to. We're still planning on issuing violations to any of the persistent violators. So, any buildings with 30 more units, we will visit them. We're going to give them 4 opportunities to get it right. So they'll get 4 warnings. After the 4th warning, if they're still not in line, then we will issue a violation.
Yeah. And then finally, is there a back order when you order the bins online through the city, DSNY? Because I ordered mine like a month ago and I still haven't received it in the mail, and I was just curious.
Are you talking about the trash, or the compost?
Because sanitation came out with new bins, right? Like medium-sized bins.
Yes.
I have a 45 one, and I wanted to get a smaller one, and I wanted to get another composting one. And I did it online on a stated date, 2 stated ago. Right. And so I'm curious if it's delayed for me, it must be delayed for everyone else who's ordered it.
Right. So I think with the trash bins, there is some time that the concessionaire takes to deliver them, but with the compost bin, there is a slight delay. But we're happy to see your order and see what the delay is, because it shouldn't be that long.
Thank you. And I want to give a big shout out to your Chief Frank Latera. He is accessible and he's helping me clean up the borough of the Bronx. All right? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. Just between Acris and you, do you keep a database as to the buildings that are not complying with composting? Because I could go contact them. Is that something that exists, such a database?
Yeah, we track that in our internal our system.
All right, so we would love to have that list, and then we could contact them.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
I wanted to ask questions on behalf of Councilmember Sanchez, since you can't join us today. Can you define illegal dumping? Is this just dumping that comes from a vehicle, or is that term broader?
Any dumping that occurs from a vehicle that's 1 cubic yard or more.
Okay. Second, what term does DSNY use for folks who dump household and other trash at baskets and random locations? What is DSNY's approach to this problem?
So I actually have directed my enforcement division to shift focus on that, because we are getting, like I mentioned previously, that when we see overflow and litter basket complaints, one of the issues are people improperly using the baskets. So I have shifted my enforcement division to look into that and focus that. We are able to write violations, which is a $100 fine for anybody that we observe, putting household trash or commercial waste in a litter basket. Obviously, education is key. So if we may, do warnings first. So that would be our approach to to that kind of issue, but we are focusing that more, shifting focus for that now.
Would the department consider that type of behavior to be like fall within an illegal dumping, or it's just interesting that one is called illegal dumping and the other isn't, and it all seems like it's illegal dumping.
Yeah, but it's defined by law. So, I mean, one bag is more of an improper disposal, and that's where the fine comes from. And then any illegal dumping from a vehicle, I guess the intent is really more taken into account there from a vehicle over 1 cubic yard is where that line is defined.
That's fair. Commissioner, your staff, I want to thank you for coming to testify today. You are hereby excused.
Thank you.
And we'll take a short break until the aging, the committee on, the hearing on aging. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the second hearing of our day. This one is focused on the Department for the Aging. I'm Justin Brannan, Chair of the Council's Finance Committee. I'm joined by Councilmember Crystal Hudson, who chairs the Committee on Aging. We have been joined by Council members Lewis, Brewer, Farias, Hanks, Hudson, Sanchez, Williams, Salam. And a big thank you to Commissioner Cortez Vasquez and your team for being here today. DFTA's proposed FY26 budget is $554.4 million. It's less than half of 1% of the city's total proposed budget. That said, it's a sizable jump, up $128 million or 30% from the preliminary plan. Most of that increase goes towards long overdue investments in case management, connecting homebound older adults to services like meal delivery and home care. As of March, the agency had 25 vacancies compared to its headcount in FY25. In the council's preliminary budget response, we asked for $6.3 million to reduce case management backlog. The administration's response was just a third of that, and that's not enough. We can't shortchange seniors, especially when the city's aging population is growing fast and getting more diverse. In my own district, we're home to one of the city's original NORCs, so I see these needs every single day. Our senior centers need love, our caseworkers need support, and our older adults deserve to age with dignity and the services that they've earned. My questions today will mainly focus on capital funding, case management, and the rates for food reimbursement. But now I want to turn it over to Councilmember Hudson, the chair of the committee, for her remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannan, and good afternoon. My name is Crystal Hudson, and I serve as chair of the Committee on Aging. Welcome to the committee's hearing on the executive financial plan for the New York City Department for the Aging, known as NYC Aging. Thank you also, and again, to Commissioner Cortez Vasquez for joining us. Following testimony, and I want to acknowledge that we've also been joined by Councilmember Brooks Powers. Following testimony and questions with NYC Aging, we'll hear testimony from the public at approximately 2 p.m. for both committees. Thank you to those older adult advocates and community members who have joined us today. I'll keep my comments here brief and request that the commissioner keep her oral testimony brief as well so we can move on to questions from council members. Older adults and the older adult provider network have faced unprecedented challenges in the past few years as the city has moved forward from the pandemic. These challenges are compounded by agency budgetary constraints as well as inflation and an ever-increasing cost of living. NYC Aging has a critical role to play in assessing and meeting the needs of older adults in our city. By collaborating with the provider network and the council, the agency can harness best practices and scale innovative approaches to best serve our city's older adult population. NYC Aging's fiscal 2026 executive budget is $554.4 million, which is thankfully $128.3 million more than the fiscal 2026 preliminary budget. The council and I were very happy to see the budget gap at NYC Aging addressed in the executive plan. The additional funding is needed to support vital programs for older adults across the city. Although this increase was welcomed news, it does not provide the agency with the funding needed to appropriately provide for the city's older adults. NYC Aging's client population comprises nearly 1/5 of the city's population, yet its budget remains less than 0.5% of the city's overall budget. The executive plan includes 3 new needs for NYC Aging, totaling $19.7 million in fiscal 2025, $103.2 million in fiscal 2026, and $75 million in the out years. These funds are allocated for indirect cost rates, case management, and older adult services. The plan also includes a PEG restoration of $23 million in fiscal 2026 and $37.7 million in the out years to restore several OAC PEGs, which together with the new needs increases the agency's fiscal 2026 baseline budget to the fiscal 2025 funding level. Although this is great to see, vital investments are still needed to enhance funding for the provider network on both the expense and capital sides in order to improve the level and quality of services required to meet the needs of the city's older adult population. NYC Aging's capital commitment plan, the smallest of any city agency, totals $85.1 million across fiscals 2025 through 2029. With over 300 older adult centers and NORCs now in the NYC Aging Network, this funding is insufficient to properly address all infrastructure needs. The agency's capital program should be enhanced to provide for critical needs, including refurbishing centers, upgrading kitchens, and connecting older adults to much-needed technology and resources. In the fiscal 2026 preliminary budget response, the council called on the administration to add $50 million to NYC Aging's capital budget, but fortunately, no additional funding has been added to fulfill the council's proposal. In today's hearing, we would like to get a deeper understanding of NYC Aging's expense budget, its capital plan, the impact of newly added funding, and the future of key agency services and programs, including case management, home-delivered meals, and older center programs. As we move towards adoption of the fiscal 2026 budget, I look forward to working collaboratively with providers and the administration to help the agency appropriately provide for the city's 1.8 million older adults. I'd like to thank the committee staff who have helped prepare this hearing: Samuel Hamid, financial analyst; Julia Haramis, unit head; Christopher Pepe, senior legislative counsel; Chloe Rivera, senior policy analyst; and my chief of staff, Andrew Wright, and all the other dedicated staff. Thank you.
Before I turn it over to the committee counsel to swear you in, just acknowledging we've also been joined by council members Schulman, Banks, Zwang, and Hanks. And now Brian will swear you in. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Vasquez.
I do.
And Chief Financial Officer Mercado.
I do.
You may begin.
Is this on? Okay, yeah, all right. Good afternoon, Chair Brannan and Chair Hudson and the members of the Finance and Aging Committees. As you know, I am Lorraine Corte Vasquez, Commissioner of New York City Department for the Aging, lovely known as NYC Aging. I am joined by Jose Mercado, our Chief Financial Officer. And I thank you for this opportunity to discuss our executive budget for FY 26. It is so fitting that we are speaking with you today in May, which, as you know, is Older Americans Month. And this month is a national time to acknowledge and promote the contributions of older adults. It is also an opportunity for us to affirm our commitment as the largest area agency on aging in the United States to providing aging services and making New York City a truly age-inclusive community. This year's theme of the Older Americans Month is Flip the Script on Aging. I believe that truly embodies the work we are doing every day at NYC Aging to meet the growing needs of New York City's quickly approaching 2 million residents over the age of 60, while also combating the pernicious nature of ageism throughout the country. We flip the script every day at our older adult clubs through dance, art, exercise, as well as serving meals, or when we connect someone to workforce, which leads them to sustaining economic security and employment after the age of 60, as well as many other programs. We are proud that we have been able to join by national leaders in flipping the switch and tackling ageism head on. We walk the talk every day and encourage all to do the same, combating ageism every day at every opportunity as it needs to be heard. And I thank both of you for acknowledging that in your opening statements. NYC's aging work to eliminate ageism and ensure the dignity and quality of life for older New Yorkers is beyond the month of May. It is showcased every day in how we provide high-quality services and resources to older adults, despite difficult budget cycles and fundamental changes to the federal landscape. To support this important work, our FY26 preliminary budget projects $554.4 million in funding, of which $432 million is city tax levy funds. This includes allocations to core programs you're all familiar with, including the $263 million to support older adult centers, the $73 million for home-delivered meals, the $53.2 million for case management. I refer to these as core programs because they are intrinsically connected to providing meals and food to older adults. While we don't typically look at home-delivered meals or meal programs, it's just meals. We look at them as food as medicine. These are essential services for healthy living, supporting cognitive brain health, and preventing social isolation. Excuse me. This work is done by older adult clubs, home-delivered meals, and our case management service providers. They combat poverty and financial insecurity while also connecting older adults to in-home services which address their needs when struggling with the daily activities of living. They are essential to a community care plan. The alternative is institutional care, which we all know is rather costly. There are also allocations of $37.7 million to support home care to the homebound elderly adult who are not Medicaid eligible, which allows older adults to age in place, the communities in which they help build, and $17 million for NORC programs, which provide similar services at OACs, other than meals, for recreation and combating social isolation, but also includes some nursing services. Finally, $9.2 million for caregiver services, supporting the 1.3 million caregivers and their care receivers in this city, and $6.1 million for transportation services, allowing older adults to be connected to community centers, houses of worship, shopping, and medical appointments. These numbers not only tell a portion of the story beyond the services included in NYC Aging, but they show the human side of the work that we do every day to make New York City fully age inclusive. This is not possible without a network of nonprofit providers. On the human side, I'm also proud of the work that our agency employees and our providers who serve older adults daily. Even when NYC Aging staff are spending time in the field connecting with provider staff or other older adults, they still prioritize their daily work and tasks, which makes this agency an incredible part of city government. I was a little disheartened to hear comments made recently in this room about NYC Aging staff ignoring their responsibilities to process contract payments because they spend too much time in the field with older adults or our providers. Those two actions go hand in hand, and it is integrated into their work. We believe that to serve the public, you need to know the public. More importantly, I believe our record of on-time payment speaks for itself, as does the positive partnerships we have with our contractors. This is not to say that there aren't any issues to be addressed. There are issues, and we address those. We address those usually head on, but our approach is always to resolve these as partnerships of equal. As we discussed in March during our preliminary budget hearing, there are key challenges in the city financially, and NYC Aging is always prepared to prioritize the needs of older adults and our core aging services while limiting the impacts of these challenges. We are pleased to see that under FY26 executive budget, in addition to there being no mandatory services exercise, the mayor and OMB kept their word and funded the backfill by the expiring stimulus dollars and programs to eliminate the gap, the PEGs, for the core programs I mentioned earlier. Nevertheless, we are keenly aware of the change in the federal administration and the need for an improved per capita funding formula to increase state dollars and result in a fair share funding for the city by the state, which has led to confusion in funding sources, especially those in federal grants. These are ongoing issues that we monitor day to day and continue to assess the potential impacts to aging services, where we have developed several possible scenarios. We also continue to advocate to our state and federal partners and to share the financial responsibility of serving older New Yorkers living in New York. And I've always asked you to be our partners in raising that advocacy voice. Since I was last here in March to discuss the preliminary budget, we are proud of our work done with the work of our nonprofit partners in addressing some of the notable recent successes and upcoming items we are looking forward to. In FY24, NYC hit a post-pandemic record of 10 million meals served to older New Yorkers throughout the 5 boroughs. This includes 6.1 million meals served at the 300+ OACs in the network and 4.2 million meals delivered by our home-delivered meals providers. We are pleased to share that we are on track to match that number again in FY25, and we're confident that the aging population, as it grows in New York City, the U.S., New York City will be providing more than 10 million meals annually in the years to come. This is an incredible achievement when considering the dollar-for-dollar impact of meal provision has as an anti-poverty measure in the lives of older adults. When an Older American Act was passed 60 years ago this July in 1965, a key reason for creating this pivotal legislation was to address the older adult poverty nationwide through nutrition and supportive services. While what it means to be an older adult may have changed since the 1960s, the basic needs for dignified aging, meals, health, agency, and income remain the same, and will do so in the future. It does stem poverty, and that is key to us, is to ensure that New York older adults can stay in the city and avert poverty. I also say that food is not the only core of services, I always say that, which New York City provides, but it is an important aspect of the work we do. The FY26 executive budget includes more than a $10 million increase for home-delivered meals providers, further helping our contractors to weather some of the rising food and transportation costs, while we also account for future growth in the homebound older adult population. We strive for innovation and quality of meal services. We're excited to, and this is for you, Gail, we're excited to host the first ever plant-based cook-off. I knew it. I knew. The plant-based cook-off, which was sort of like our version of Top Chef. And we were able to select 3 fabulous plant-based dishes that are already served at the older adult clubs. This was a great way to showcase the innovation done at Centers around food as medicine, and also taking this required health mandate and having a little fun with it in an objective way, and improving the lives of older adults through healthy eating. I appreciate the Council's shared goal and commitment to older adults and supporting the work of NYC Aging, especially as we navigate the uncertainty in the federal government. It feels that every day is a new change, a new crisis, or a fundamental shift in the way social services are provided to Americans. Even amidst these uncertainties, NYC Aging continues to meet the older adults that we plan for. And we're planning for a worst-case scenario and moderate-case scenarios. We're also mindful of our joint advocacy role and work to ensure that federal dollars are available to aging services in New York City. Regardless of what may come in the future, centers are still open, nonprofits are working, meal programs are functioning, case management continues, and the Cabinet for Older New Yorkers is still meeting and addressing the aging needs and breaks down communication silos, which hinder agencies' effort to make New York an even more age-inclusive city. We are proud of these recent successes and some key programs supported and that shape our services and improve the lives of older adults. As we announced in last February, from Columbia University and Robin Hood Foundation, the share of older New Yorkers living in poverty is now 25%, double the national average. Because financial insecurity remains the most critical need of older adults, it is highly correlated to food insecurity. NYC Aging is continuously evaluating our efforts and exploring areas of improvement. While workforce programs continue to be a way for older adults to avoid long-term poverty, meals programs are also a lifeline to older adults struggling with financial and ultimately food insecurity. This includes enhancing meal options for recipients, embracing the diversity of our city by increasing the availability of culturally aligned meals, and promoting uniformly high quality and nutritious meals. In FY24, our network of 15 home-delivered meals providers provided 4.2 million meals to 24.6 thousand clients. Combined with the meals served at OAC, New York served a record-breaking 10.3 million meals in FY25, underscoring the importance of these meals to older adults. We're happy to mention again that this year's reimbursement rate has increased from $11.78 in fiscal '23 to $13.78 in fiscal '25, although we know that costs are escalating on a daily basis. Over the past few years, these rates have gradually risen to help meet the needs of our providers serving these critical needs. These have been key improvements to service and our providers and have been met in a partnership between this administration and the council leadership. As the number of older adults continues to grow, it is imperative that we continue to grow the community care support services, which allow older New Yorkers to remain in the communities that they built and to truly age in place. We do this through home care and caregiving services, which greatly serve those who are homebound or in need of additional supports. Home care services are provided through Medicaid reimbursement, and for those who are not Medicaid, on the Medicaid programs. So these services are provided through the expanded in-home services for elderly, commonly known as ISEP, where case management and hours are reimbursed to providers. Currently, we are advocating that New York State legislation make permanent the inclusion, which last year passed a rate of a 55 salary match for ISEP home care workers, which brings them into parity with Medicaid home care workers who already received these raises. As you know, this was a key component of community care and is able to help people age in place. It is the overwhelming preference for older New Yorkers. We welcome your support and advocacy in this regard. These are the same workers, they're just under a different funding stream and should get the same salary. Without this, ISEP clients are at a disadvantage where Medicaid home care workers are incentivized to take on those clients because the pay is higher. There's no distinction between ISEP and Medicaid home care workers. They are primarily women of color. This is exacerbating the inequity between the salaries. Currently, the home care program at NYC Aging is funded at $37.7 million for FY26, but that does not include this wage increase that I'm talking about. This occurred in previous years and was resolved as part of the advocacy from the council, from our advocates in the field, and to ensure that we have equity in pay for these workers, who are frequently women, as I said, women of color. There's no need to leave them out of necessary pay increases for critical aging services. Many older adults are caretakers for their aging parents. Many are caregivers who also have full-time jobs. The caregiver program offers options for respite care through home care and participation in social adult daycare. There are estimated 1.3 million New Yorkers who function as caregivers. Without the support for care for daily living activities and respite care, many of these caretakers, would not have the financial means or ability to leave the care receiver in someone else's care while they take a needed break from their caregiving responsibility. We know the cost of maintaining an older adult in institutionalized care is far higher when compared to the cost of these community care options, such as supporting caregivers. On average, the cost is $160.9 thousand to house an older adult in an institution, while the average of community care service is $32,000 per person per year. In FY26, funding for the caregiving program is currently projected at $9.2 million. Caregiver support positively impact the health and well-being of older adults while aligning with the cultural background of the individual. Why is community care so incredibly important to the future of older New Yorkers? These integrated services for home assistance, which is care for daily living needs such as bathing, cleaning, food prep, shopping, transportation, meals provision, can all keep an older adult in the community longer, which is their desire. And it is a shared goal between this administration and the council. As you all have heard over and over again, I have personal experience with this, as did the city council chair. My mother wants to remain in her home. She needs additional care benefits that they come from her family or the surrounding community. but she wants to remain at home, and we will do everything possible to make that happen. I continue to be proud, again, of the work of NYC Aging and our providers, which we accomplish with the resources that we have. This year has shown where NYC Aging is prepared to prioritize vital programs that truly meet the needs of older New Yorkers and continue to advocate for innovations in aging services with a look to the future. Even in the face of challenges, we continue to be good stewards of public dollars. That said, given the need for further investment from our state and federal partners, we continue to be concerned about the current uncertainty of what the changes may be that will affect NYC Aging. It is imperative now more than ever that New York City receive its fair share of funding, both at the state level and the federal level. We are grateful to the chairs and committee chairpersons and your ongoing partnership and your support of older New Yorkers. And finally, as I've said before, we're looking forward to big anniversaries this year and agencies, which are vital. On July 14th, we'll celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Older Americans Act, signed in 1965. This legislation is fundamental to the services we provide. If the OAA was a person, they would qualify for our service, and that's something to acknowledge. Similarly, on August 14th, we celebrate the 90th anniversary of the Social Security Act, signed in 1935 by President Franklin Roosevelt. This was one, if not the most pivotal piece of anti-poverty legislation ever enacted in modern democracy. And every day we hear about threats to Social Security. And this is causing great fear among older populations, which rely solely, many who rely solely on Social Security. Finally, on November 4th of this year, NYC Aging will celebrate its 50th anniversary, and we're excited to showcase all the golden ways we have served older New Yorkers since 1975. Look for upcoming announcements as we celebrate these milestones. Whether it's 50, 60, or 90, there's a lot to talk about in the lives of older New Yorkers in 2025. And I also want to invite you to join us May 28th for National Older Adult Health and Fitness Day in Folly Square. We had a fabulous time last year. We expect to have the same thing this year, where we have laughter, yoga, flexibility instructors, some major dance, entertainment, but we appreciate your dedication and your advocacy for older adults, and we want to see you there grooving and dancing with us in Foley Square. Thank you for your time today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
But I will answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've also been joined by Council Members Carr, Lee, and Stevens. I want to jump right into the federal funding concerns. Federal funds make up 14% of New York City Aging's fiscal 26 budget and 16% in FY25. What are your department's primary federal funding sources, and what programs and services do they each support?
I will start, and then Jose, you jump in. Primarily our case management, which are our 3B services, and the bulk of it is meal services, home delivered meals, our C1 and C2, which are the congregate meals. And then they also provide services for elder abuse, and that's it.
Okay, what grants or programs are we most concerned about being at risk of being cut?
I think that the ones in jeopardy, we don't know, to be honest with you. It's every day it changes. But so far, we've seen some impact on our workforce, which is our Title V programs and our older worker programs, which are essential to stem poverty. And so we've been getting back and forth on that. Sometimes it's closed, sometimes they rescinded, but fortunately we have a very aggressive fiscal officer who has already drawn down the federal dollars and advances, so we feel a little more comfort there. We're concerned about the case management, the 3B dollars, and of course, core to all of our services are nutrition services. So any impact on that will severely impact our ability to continue.
And have you assessed how the agency would be impacted if there are cuts to these programs?
We for the last 2 months have been going through several scenarios. We've had a worst-case budget, we've had a moderate, and then we have the reprieve, which we know will still have an impact. And so we've done all of those scenarios. But it's so difficult to plan when the information is ever-changing.
And has City Hall asked for that assessment from you?
We've been sharing this information with OMB.
Okay. So the Older Adult Center PEG restoration, the executive plan includes a PEG restoration of $23 million in FY26 and a baseline restoration of $37.7 million starting in FY27 for older adult centers. Can you clarify which PEGs this funding is restoring?
So these were underspending in the older adult clubs.
And when were the PEGs originally instituted?
Some of these pegs go back to 23.
FY23?
Yeah.
Could you talk about what impact these PEGs have had on the agency?
Well, they were all pegs. They were for the future, so it had no impact since they were all restored.
And after that restoration, are there any outstanding PEGs?
No.
No.
What's the current budget for older adult centers in FY25 and 26?
The current one for older adult centers for 25 is 257.9 million, sorry. And for 26 is 262.9 million.
And how much of the how much that's been spent to date in FY25?
Roughly about 80% of it.
Okay. The Council's FY26 preliminary budget response called on the administration to add $6.3 million to the Department of Aging's budget to enhance case management programs. The needs for these funds, we believe, is evident as there were 491 older adults awaiting case management services at the end of 2024. Did your agency advocate for additional funding for case management in the executive plan?
We have long, extensive conversations with OMB about what our needs are. The challenge that we're also having in case management is that in addition to, with the allocation that we have, we are spending more time per client because the situations are getting, the case management cases are getting more complex. So we're serving less clients, but with more hours and spending the same amount of money.
Was there a dollar amount that you requested?
In our conversations with OMB, there are many requests that go back and forth in terms of case management, as well as all the other categories.
The current case management budget is what?
51.1 million, close to 51.2 million. And it'll be 53.2 million in FY26.
And do you think that's enough?
I always say that the resources, the needs outpace the resources.
So how many older adults are currently on the case management waiting list?
Let me get you that. No, that's the wait list. You want the wait list?
Yeah, how many older?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted how many people are served under. The wait list is 491, pardon.
Is that higher or lower than normal?
I would say that that is sort of keeping pace. with where we find ourselves now.
Okay.
And we always had this conversation with City Council about what was a waiting list, and we finally have succumbed to your definition of what a waiting list is. Because we would.
Isn't that clear? I mean, a waiting list is a waiting list, no?
Well, yes and no.
How do you define it?
How did we define it? We defined it because we do a basic assessment for everyone. And then what was really driving the waiting list for us a lot of the time has been the fact that the follow-up services might not have been implemented, and so that person was waiting for a service, but not for case assistance because they were already designated a client. So it was, yeah, right. So we went back and forth. We went back and forth for about how many months on this? About 12, 13 months on it, and then we just conceded.
Last for me is with regard to the indirect cost rate adjustment. The executive plan includes an additional almost $20 million in FY25 and FY26 for indirect cost rates for human service providers. Could you tell us how that amount was determined?
So this calculates the increased indirect rate for each provider.
So, and why was the additional funding necessary?
We did not implement the indirect rates.
Say that again?
We did not implement the indirect rates for 25. So this is basically allows us to implement them for 25 and 26 going forward.
So is that why the funding was only allocated in FY25 and 26 and not in the out years?
That's correct. That's correct. So, you know, the ICR changes every 3 years. So they're just basically funding it for 26, assuming a lot of the 26 is also 27.
So what's the baseline funding amount in FY25 and the out years?
Well, right now, it's, sorry, give me 1 second. It's $26 million.
How much?
26 million.
26 million?
26 million.
26 million. So we have.
I also want for the record to note that we establish a baseline ICR for all nonprofits. We have many nonprofits, especially the small ethnic or community-based nonprofits that did not have an ICR. And we determined that every nonprofit should have an ICR. We gave a baseline 10% to every nonprofit.
Okay. I am going to turn it over to Chair Hudson. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again, Chair Brennan and Commissioner. NYC Aging's fiscal 2025 budget totals $570.9 million in the executive plan, while the budget for fiscal 2026 totals $554.4 million. This represents an increase of $20.2 million for fiscal 2025 and a $128.3 million increase for fiscal 2026 from the preliminary plan. Notably, council discretionary funding, which totals $41.6 million in fiscal 2025, is not yet included in the fiscal 2026 budget. We were very happy to see this infusion of much-needed funding to NYC Aging in the executive plan. Can you confirm that the additions made in the executive plan address the agency's fiscal cliff and that all programs are fully funded at the current level in fiscal 2026 and beyond?
As I told you in the preliminary budget hearing, that there was a commitment made to both you by the OMB director and to me, and that commitment has been met. The fiscal cliff has been funded.
Okay. With these additional funds in place, can you confirm that no programs will need to be reduced or centers closed in the next fiscal year?
There will be no centers closed in the next fiscal year.
So does that mean that programs might be reduced?
Program might be reduced, but it has nothing to do with the fiscal cliff.
Okay. Is NYC Aging requesting any additional funding from the administration for the adopted plan? And if so, how much and for which programs?
We're in conversations with them about several of our unmet needs, and we're in those discussions now, presenting those now.
Okay. Can I get like a yes or a no?
Yes, we're in negotiations with them.
Slick. I'll take it. Are there any outstanding areas you can flag that still require additional funding?
I would say that the three areas that we have the most concern about is this explosive caregiving crises that the city as well as the nation is facing. And I think, being forward-thinking, we need to start looking at that. I also think that workforce is another area that we've been in conversations about, because workforce is becoming more and more of a desire for older adults as they remain in their community, but it's also becoming a mandate so that they can stay in this and thrive in this city, so that they can have additional income beyond an opportunity, other forms of social isolation. And I believe, concurrent with that would be home care services, again, to support community care. But all of these discussions are being made with OMB at this time, and I believe that there are conversations in earnest, and also, of course, transportation.
Thank you. Many providers continue to be concerned about the next OAC RFP. OAC contracts were set to end on December 31st, 2024. NYC Aging extended these contracts for 18 months and pushed out the release of a new RFP to the end of the current calendar year. Does NYC Aging still plan to release the next RFP for older adult centers at the end of calendar year 2025?
Yes, that is the plan, and and it's one of these decisions that we have to make both as an administration and in partnership. You don't want to have a non-competitive process in this business, right? So you do want to have RFPs, but you also don't want to release an RFP that's not going to fully fund things. So as we are navigating the fiscal situation, we need to make sure that these programs, we can have an RFP that's fully funded. And so that will determine the decision as to the actual release of the RFP.
Do you anticipate contracts would be in place by July 1st, 2026?
That would be the goal. If we do it in December, if we do it beyond that, then
shifts.
It shifts.
Okay. Are there any changes to OAC services or contracts that NYC Aging is planning to make in the new RFP?
I think we look for, like we have in the past, we look for innovations. We look for the things that we've learned from the pop-up kitchens. That we look at the things that we've learned from the social isolation programming. We're in conversations with the providers now, with a few of them, like what would the center of the future look like? Because we really want to stay current. Because the older adult, as they're aging in, their needs are very different than the 75 and 85-year-old older adult who goes to those centers. So we need to keep looking at how do we satisfy this diverse aging population and the whole spectrum.
Is NYC Aging looking to expand the OAC network and include more organizations or different types of services in its next RFP?
I think we look for the best possible program design, and we look for, obviously, the most best use of public dollars.
I think we all are interested in the best use for public dollars.
Right.
So we can appreciate that. The executive plan includes an additional $81.5 million in fiscal 2026 and a baselined $75 million from fiscal 2027 through fiscal 2029 for senior services. This addition baselined 16 positions at NYC Aging, bringing its total budgeted headcount to 340 in fiscal 2026 and beyond. Can you provide a breakdown of how this additional funding will be used?
We don't have a wide bandwidth of positions. So the areas where we always invest would be around those that either monitor programs, provide technical assistance. So we're looking at the program officer. We also want to continue to have a very high-functioning fiscal operation, which we currently have, to ensure that we can continue our on-time payment record. And so those are the primary areas. It's either going to be finance or it's going to be community services. And of course, in our case management area, we want to continue to provide that kind of work. and of course the workforce area. So they basically center around the core programs.
Oh, sorry. Okay, can you share how much will be earmarked for OACs, NORCs, home-delivered meals, and will any funding be applied for other programs?
I don't understand how much we're committing to OACs and NORCs?
And home-delivered meals?
So what we'll do, for example, you guys, City Council requested for new unit appropriations. So we'll be moving money. You'll see mods sometime in July, budget mods in July to basically move money around to make sure that all budget codes can fund all existing contracts.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain the difference in funding levels for fiscal 2026 and the out years of the plan? Will this impact the level of services that will be provided?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, that's the fact. In the out years, it is not, there will be pegs if those do not get addressed in the out years. There'll be a shortfall.
So we're working with the so as you mentioned, there is basically a gap between fiscal years. So that's the information. So we're working with OMB to
We're
ensure.
working with OMB to address those gaps.
Right.
But there is a gap.
Okay, thank you. I'll circle back to that in a moment if I need to. Can you confirm if that's a gap of $6.5 million?
No, it's more.
It's
more than that.
It's more than that?
Yeah.
Do you have an estimate?
Yeah, we do.
Well, it's a different, to your point, it's a difference between the 81 and the 75. Yeah.
Well, that's the
Yes,
6.5,
yeah,
so
yeah.
that's why we were trying to figure out if that's the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Despite the large number of facilities that make up NYC Aging's older adult provider network, NYC Aging's capital plan remains the smallest of all city agencies, totaling just $85.1 million for fiscals 2025 to 2029. The agency's executive capital commitment plan is only 8.6% greater than the preliminary capital commitment plan. Two of the largest capital projects in the plan include $19 million for the renovation of older adult centers and $28.4 million for the relocation of NYC Aging's headquarters. How many older adult centers are planned to be renovated with this $19 million in capital funding?
So we responded to that in the January plan with the May letter. So we sent a letter on May 2nd that basically outlined
So
how
what's
all
the
the money that was going to be spent.
Yeah. I believe there's 19 programs. There's 19 programs that we are looking at, but we also have $6 million from, that doesn't include Reynoso's money, right?
19 projects? 19 capital projects?
That's what's on the books now,
For the $19 million.
the $19 million.
It's around 15 projects. If you look at the May 2nd letter, it outlines all the different
But it's up to 19
projects.
Okay, so 15. Has NYC Aging determined the locations to be renovated?
They're in the letter, yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do. Yes.
Do you know roughly how much will be allocated per location on average?
So the range is from 180,000 to 6 million.
Thank you.
One project is 6 million.
And what capital improvements are eligible with this funding?
Well, we give priority to health and safety issues. And then we also look at the plan for the kitchen renovations, HVAC, because HVAC is very important to us because we serve as cooling centers also. So those are the priority items, but the goal is based on a conversation that we had and a commitment we had jointly last year, was to come up with a master plan for creating state-of-the-art kitchens. and that is still part of the plan.
Great. Do you plan to advocate for increased funding for the capital plan? And if so, how much additional funding is needed to adequately address the agency's capital needs?
The issue with capital for us, and I don't know if this is tangential to your question, but the issue with capital for us is that we are not the administrators of our capital. I mean,
right.
We manage the capital, but we're not the administrators because the charter doesn't allow us to do that. So we have a plan, and we work with EDC and EDP, Economic Development, who actually execute on us. And then we are part of their queue. If they have larger projects, our projects. So once we could adjust that, then we could have a better handle on how to move forward, because we make plans and propose, but we do not have oversight or ultimate responsibility for the implementation of that plan.
But I would say whether or not you have oversight over the actual implementation, it would still be incumbent upon you to make the request for additional capital money for relevant projects. So is that something that you would say that you would advocate for increased funding for the capital plan?
It's something that we would seriously look at and present, yeah.
Okay. And then what's the current status of your headquarters relocation?
We anticipate that the final decision will be made soon, because it's important to 330 people who work in the facilities where we're housed now. And we hope that that decision will be made soon so that this could happen early in the next year, no later than early in the next year.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions, and I think we're going to move on to member questions. During last year's preliminary budget hearing, NYC Aging testified on various new needs requests that were made to OMB. This included new needs requests for case management and home care, which have still not been added to the budget. Can you provide the committee with the budgetary requests that were made to OMB and the mayor as part of the executive plan process?
What I could do is submit to you after this hearing some of the new, the unmet needs requests that we have made.
Okay, thank you. And how are new need requests determined, and how are metrics taken into account when making the requests?
The unmet needs, because none of the NYC Aging needs are new. They are unmet given the population growth. Those are unmet needs. Those are determined based on a community care approach and ensuring that we have enough services to keep older adults in the community for as long as possible, and so that they can thrive.
And what's the current status of these requests?
We're in negotiations.
The Council's fiscal 2026 preliminary budget response called on the administration to add and baseline $7.3 million for the home delivered meals program to bring the per meal reimbursement rate up to $15.31 from $13.78. At adoption last year, $4.8 million was added in baseline starting in fiscal 2025 to increase reimbursement rates for home delivered meals. The additional funding for a reimbursement rate increase was not included in the executive plan. Is NYC Aging advocating for an increase to meal reimbursement rates in the adopted plan?
It's part of the current negotiations with OMB.
Okay, if so, taking that into consideration, what reimbursement rate would be appropriate, and how much would such an increase cost?
Have we come up with a dollar amount from 1378 to what?
To 1478.
To 1478.
Thank you. How has the rollout of the current year's reimbursement rate been going?
So for HDM? So all providers have been paid retroactively from July 1 and prospectively as well.
Okay, have you received any feedback from providers?
Thank you, me. They have thanked us for the rate increase.
No, but we have not received feedback on what their shortfall is. And it's something that we are always welcoming those conversations. As you know, we have a monthly meeting with all of our providers. And so if there were a definitive rate amount, we would have heard that by now. But we're looking at cost.
Okay, thank you. How many meals has NYC Aging reimbursed so far in fiscal 2025?
For HDM?
Or total?
Yes.
For HDM?
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 million.
4 million?
Yep.
And how many meals are pending reimbursement?
Those are still being assessed.
What do we anticipate the total meals to be?
Well, for...
I'm sorry, I'm asking.
No,
a
yeah,
question.
thank you. I appreciate it.
It's okay. We're basically looking close to another 500,000 meals per month.
500,000
Yeah,
Per month.
per month.
500K per month.
Units, right.
And what's delaying the reimbursements?
Well, they're coming in. So as they come in, we pay them. So we don't have, for example, we have no late invoices for HDM. As soon as
Right.
they come in, less than 30 days, they get paid. So right
As we
now-
have no waiting list for HDM either.
Right. Okay. Okay, great. I'll turn it over to council member questions. Thank you.
Okay, we've been joined by, nobody new. Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Lewis.
Just for the record, if it's raining, people don't show up. I understand. But Wednesdays are a bad day to go to a senior center. Why? Vegan stuffed peppers, quinoa, and California blend vegetables. Nobody wants to eat that. So don't go Wednesdays. I just want to make that for the record. My questions. So the issue of transportation. I know that's more under DOT or MTA, but are you working with them to come other ideas for expanding transportation services? Is that something that you focus on? I know that it's tangential perhaps, but.
No, it's not tangential, because one of the things that we're so impacted by the lack of quality service from Access-a-Ride that we have asked for legislation to create an ombudsman role where we would have a direct link to their operation, at least to inform them in a timely fashion of what some of the concerns are, and at least to find out if they're particular communities. So we'll see where that legislation goes, but we know that that is a key issue for us because so many older New Yorkers depend on Access-a-Ride.
Okay, I appreciate that because we get so many complaints.
Yeah.
Next, in terms of the NORCs, as you know, like you are, and many of us were huge supporters. I know you talked about it a little bit with the chair. But are you talking about, there's a obviously increased amount suggested by the speakers and the council's budget response, and then are you thinking, have you asked OMB for more money? Do you get requests for more NORCs? How do you look at that program, and do you think it should be expanded?
We have had some conversation with some, and I believe Banks, Councilmember Banks, we've been talking about a possible NORC. It's a process, and we are not thinking of reducing NORCs. You've heard me say in other testimonies, I believe that every community in New York City, if the population growth continues, will be a NORC, and so that the need for NORCs will be greater. We are in conversations with OMB about NORCs and older adult clubs, in equal measure.
Because I know that council is asking for $5.7 million more, which would cover some of that. So you are asking actively OMB for more funding?
We are in conversations with OMB about what the unmet needs are and where the growth potential needs to be.
All right, and I'm a big supporter of OATS because we have a digital challenge in terms of older people. So I understand there was just an RFP on this topic, and some of for-profit groups got money and 3 nonprofit. So is that instead of OATS, or how are we focused on digital literacy?
I'm going to have to get back to you on that because I'm not fully aware that that a selection has been made. I know that we put a negotiated acquisition out to see how we could best serve the technology needs. So I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, because I understand there was a $500K loss to OATS, and I was concerned. All right, and then just finally, I know casework is obviously something that you brought up. How many persons per caseworker should we have in terms of those who are seeking casework? And are we anywhere close to that number in terms of the range of services that people need? We're all dealing with family members, friends, you are. It is so time-consuming to deal with anybody's problems. I spend hours on 2 or 3 people.
Right. The ratio right now is, the average is about 59 to 1, right? The estimate by the experts in this is that it's 65 to 1 would be an adequate amount. The challenge for us is now, in terms of case management, is that the cases are getting more complex and the needs are getting greater. So the service hours are being used in a greater amount per client than what was the typical amount of time. And so that we find ourselves, even though the ratio for client to worker is a fair ratio, it's the number of hours available, the total number of hours available.
Okay, so it's really not apples to oranges in some ways.
Say that again?
It's like apples to oranges. In other words, it may not even be the right average. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
And then just finally, go ahead.
And that's a good point, and thank you, because we're going to have to reevaluate that because the needs and the cases are getting so much more complex.
And just finally, back to my food thing. I know that DCAS deals with you, correction, and HRA. So do you do local sourcing? And obviously, you've got senior centers. I mean, you call them those older adult things. I call them senior whatever. Those centers are, diverse. Do they do their own food sourcing? Do they work through you? We're trying to get more New York State farmers to be able to be purchased from the city of New York, as opposed to California, those god-awful California vegetables.
Yeah, I am really proud of the way that our not-for-profit network sources its food. I mean, they do so. They are very much in tune with the farm to table, very much in tune, particularly as we go into food as medicine. So they have a variety of ways of sourcing that, but that is solely their responsibility on how they source food.
So you don't keep track of that, whether it's locally sourced or otherwise?
I think we do keep track of that. I'll get back to you on
Okay,
exactly how we do that.
If you do, I'd love to know. I do have a law that passed many years ago that says we're supposed to keep track. And to be honest with you, it's not
and we
well
probably
tracked.
do. I just don't remember, but I'll get back to you with a clear answer on that.
Don't go Wednesdays. Thank you.
Go Wednesdays. The food is good, and the plant-based is delicious, and we have Top Chef winners.
Gail, I'll eat your stuffed peppers if you don't want them. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and good to see you, Commissioner.
Good to see you.
I have 3 questions, one on NORC, one on older adult center renovations, and minor home repair pilot. So I'm going to just ask all the questions. I wanted to know what's DFTA's current strategy to meet the needs of a rapidly growing aging population without proportional NORC enhancement support? And how is DFTA ensuring that underserved neighborhoods, particularly in central Brooklyn and similar districts, are not deprioritized in their absence of new funding streams for NORCs in FY26? So that's the NORC questions. Because you mentioned unit of appropriations before, but there are certain districts that still haven't received this allocation. And I've worked with the older adult club located in Glenwood Houses in my district. Glenwood
Which houses?
Glenwood Houses, NYCHA, in my district, where capital improvements have been delayed due to NYCHA-related operational issues. These delays often led to project stagnation and reduced quality of life for our older adults, particularly HVAC. They probably may go another year with no cooling system. So I wanted to know what steps is DFTA taking to ensure that half-completed or stalled projects are not abandoned due to funding expiration? And the last question is on minor home repair pilot program. What is DFTA's contingency plan should federal appropriations be reduced or eliminated in future fiscal years, especially given the increase from 158,000 to 602,000 between FY24 and FY26?
So in terms of your first question about underserved communities, right? One of the things that we look at constantly, and we'll be very aggressive about it during the RFP process, is we look at where the population shifts occur.
Okay.
So where older adults are moving to or moving from are very different where sometimes traditional older adult centers have been. We've seen that in Manhattan a lot. There's more of a shift for people moving uptown rather than downtown, and yet we have an incredible amount of older adult centers in the Lower East Side, right? So we're doing that by borough. There's challenges with that because everybody loves their older adult center and nobody wants it to move, but maybe that's not where the population is. And so those are the kind of discussions we do, and we will never do it in the absence of people, all the stakeholders involved, right? But it really has to be where demand and services and needs are, right? And so we're looking at that all the time. Tough process. Nobody wants their center to leave, and everybody wants a new center. We have a finite amount of resources, and we have to respond to where older adults are. In terms of Glenwood, I don't know that particular one. I can give you a very definitive answer on that one, but what I can tell you is that we have a liaison with the NYCHA now, with New York City Public Housing. We have a relationship, and we work on tickets, what that ticket process is.
The ticket system is the problem, but yeah.
And we work on those things to escalate the situation, to make sure that we can escalate what the problem is. And we always go by health and safety first, right? And so we have been working with that. In terms of HVAC, where there is a NYCHA HVAC, to the extent that we share that cost, that we put full attention on those because they're also cooling centers. But you may not have heard me say this before, you may have, where we say we're responsible from the wall out, all the cosmetics, and NYCHA is responsible for infrastructure and the wall in. And that is where we negotiate how this gets paid and how fast the repair can be made.
It would be good to strategize on that, but Chair, if it's okay with you, if the Commissioner could answer the last question on minor home repair? The minor home repair pilot program?
Oh, the minor home repair, that is out now, right? It's out now for an RFP. So we're looking at that, and one of the things I believe we put in the RFP, and if I'm mistaken, I will correct it later on, but we also were looking at, can we do minor repairs also for people who were elderly crime victims? And so we're looking at expanding that to make sure we have that covered. Even though we know that there is some funding for elderly crime victims, there might not be enough, and so we're looking at expanding that to include that.
And it would be good to know the contingency plan, regarding, with the federal climate. We could talk about that another time, what the contingency plan will be by the agency.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
I'd be
Commissioner.
more than happy to share that with you when we get clear picture about where they're going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a question from Councilmember Banks, followed by Salam.
Thank you, Chair, and to Commissioner, good to see you. How is this budget supporting the aging in place programs, particularly home care assistance for seniors with limited mobility who prefer to remain in their homes? And I think we've had a conversation about the leasing agreements with those NYCHA developments that have converted over. I know at Millennium Development, there's a particular issue with their leasing agreement, or having lack thereof of a lease agreement since the relocation from the main center. So I just want to know, what are the resources put in place to help those particular centers that have been relocated, and in this situation where it's now have found a home now, and because of not having a lease, it's hampering them getting any type of capital investment needed in that particular space. So I want you to chime in on that as well. And I also want to know what is being done to improve food access for seniors living in food deserts, especially in neighborhoods without food grocery options. And additionally, for seniors who have been victims of EBT or SNAP fraud, what steps is the city taking to supplement or replace their food benefits quickly rather than forcing them to wait weeks for reimbursement? Just want to know what are y'all doing to assist those seniors?
So what I can tell you is, from the SCAM perspective, we work very closely with DSS on those kind of issues. I don't know exactly what their time frame is, so I don't want to speak on behalf of DSS in terms of reimbursing that. But what I do know is that our elderly crime victim program works very closely in those kind of situations, and where necessary, we can give some cash assistance in the
Excellent, that's good to hear.
But it's small, and it's not always the case.
Well, at this point, anything helps.
Right.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. And in terms of we're in constant conversation with NYCHA about that we have an agreement that the RADs have to follow the same protocols and procedures that NYCHA has had with those facilities that we have. We have 108 of our older adult clubs in NYCHA facilities, so that's very important to us. But it's a constant, conversation with NYCHA. I believe that we're getting closer and closer to a workable agreement in that that the RADs are adhering to the same principles that NYCHA has had with community-based organizations, and that rent is not an option, because OMB has. Basically, we could not afford to pay rent for all of those youth programs and older adult centers housed in NYCHA facilities. That has still been in discussion. The decision has been that there is no rent as of this moment.
Excellent. Okay. And if I may have one more question. The 42nd Council District has one of the largest senior populations in the city, yet some of the centers in the district lack DFTA contracts, particularly Boulevard houses, which had lost their contract about 5 years ago when it was under Wayside Senior Services. Now Fort Greene Senior Services has doesn't have the contract there, but they're being funded through discretionary funding. We wanted to know, how does this budget address those disparities and ensure reliable services go forward with those particular seniors? Is there any assistance to help
Give
those?
me the name of the program again.
Fort Greene Senior.
No, Fort Greene, I know.
Oh, Boulevard houses.
Boulevard.
They're actually a RAD converted development.
Right.
And,
I'll get back to you on that once I get information.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Salam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner.
Hi.
I have a question about the federal government. They're considering a cut of $880 billion in spending in the next 10 years, a move that threatens funding for Medicare programs, or Medicaid programs, rather. So what I wanted to ask was, how would this affect older adults in New York City?
It would. It's not under the purview of the Department for the Aging, of NYC Aging. But what I can tell you is that every long-term care older adults, every older adult receiving long-term care will be affected. Every older adult receiving other medical services will be affected. the impact will be great on the older adult population. That coupled with the Social Security conversations also presents a threat for the older adult population.
And I know you said every
And just know that long-term managed care is the bulk of the in-home services that older adults receive, because the ISEP services are just a small portion. Those state non-Medicaid home care services are a small portion of all of the services that older adults receive in the home.
Is it possible also in that answer for there to be maybe a zeroing in on the demographics that might be more affected than others?
Yeah, because those with the greatest needs and the lowest income are those that are going to be affected.
Gotcha.
That's who the Medicaid client is, and that's the Medicaid client receiving essential in-home services.
Is there a plan to address a budgetary deficit that might arise from something like that?
Well, Medicaid is not under our purview. But what we have been looking at is some scenarios based on the federal funding that NYC Aging receives, but it is not around Medicaid or long-term managed care.
Gotcha.
It will affect, as I said earlier, to Chair Brennan as well as to Chair Hudson. It'll center around case management, home-delivered meals, congregate meals, and things of that nature. And transportation, and elder abuse.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just have a couple things. With regard to the United Senior Center of Sunset Park,
Yeah.
the issue there where the landlord is trying to raise the rent by 70%, which is not possible. What support is DFTA able to offer there?
Great. So we offered, we said anywhere from 5 to 10%, which is our normal adjustments. We offered that to the landlord, and obviously you know that that met with a no. What we've also done is I went to DCAS. Once I visited the center about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, whenever it was, I went to DCAS to start looking at city-owned property in the area so that we could house, see if we can find another location for them within the Sunset Park area. And we're working on that diligently. But just know that for us, the most important thing is to make sure that older adults continue to get the services. And so what we have is a plan where we will send older adults to some of the neighboring communities, which is already being done, by the way, to make sure that there's no break in service for the older adult.
But you have a line into the landlord there?
No, we don't negotiate with the landlord. We negotiate with the older adult provider and who has the direct line with the landlord.
Okay. I have a couple questions.
The landlord went from a 90% increase to a 70% increase.
Yeah. Very generous.
You know, what I proposed, and I think I've spoken to you, Chair Hudson, about this, is we need to start looking at commercial spaces who house nonprofits and see if we can come up with some reasonable rates. and
We're working on
reasons.
that separately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I have a question from Majority Whip Sylvina Brooks Powers, who had to leave. As the population of older adults continues to grow in our city, her question is specifically around what DFTA is doing specifically to help meet that increasing need in Southeast Queens. Could you speak to that?
sure. This administration has invested an additional $3.6 million in Southeast Queens specifically to address some of the growing needs there. We continue to do that, as I said to the councilwoman, that we always look at population shifts and start trying to address those as the opportunity arises. But sometimes the older adult centers are not exactly where the population shift occurs. And so we need to navigate and negotiate those.
Chair Hudson?
Thank you so much. The executive plan includes an addition of $157,515 in fiscal 2025, $601,859 in fiscals 26 and 27, and $450,288 in fiscal 2028 from federal funding sources. What is the federal funding source?
The federal funding source for us would always be the Older Americans Act, C1, C2, B1, and B3, right? I think I forgot one of the Bs, but it's somewhere it's B1 and B2.
Okay, and what program will this funding be utilized for, or programs?
Primarily home-delivered meals and congregate meals, those are the C1 and C2. The Bs are case management, elder abuse, and crime, and then there is...
Sorry, case management, elder abuse, and
the crime services, right? And then there is I'll tell you in a minute. I'll ask you in a minute, whatever I forgot. Then we also have the employment programs under other federal funding, right? Through AmeriCorps, and foster grandparent also is funded by AmeriCorps, or under the same house that funds that.
And how is NYC Aging planning to implement this program or these programs?
We continue to look at these scenarios. Once we get a clearer picture of where they're going, we'll be able to address that. But we're looking at this on a regular basis, and we've come up with 3 or 4
Multiple scenarios. Okay.
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Yes.
Or, Chair Hudson, you're talking about the $157,000 in 25, correct?
Yes.
$600,000 in 26. So I just want to make it correct.
Yep, and 450 and 28.
So it's a grant. It's a minor home repair grant that we just got. So we're instituting part of it in 25, the rest of it in 26.
So this is from HUD?
Yes. And again, so we're still waiting for the actual award to be given to us. We're negotiating it. Again, given what's happening in the federal government, it's pretty hard to pinpoint when we basically will get this award.
And sorry, it's specifically for what?
Minor home repairs.
Minor home repairs.
What the councilwoman was discussing about the one that we're piloting right now. So
Yep.
this is another one on top of that. So
Got
there's
it.
the RFP for that one, but then we just got a grant separately for that. So there are two similar programs running at the same time.
Understood.
So this is 100% federal funds.
Okay. And your scenario planning for
misunderstood
this
your
as well?
question.
That's okay. I think I had that one in another one, so we're good.
Okay.
Your
scenario planning for that as well, or would the
Yeah.
program just cease to exist, or what?
Correct. So right now, for example, it's a $1.5 million program, $1.5 million. So we initially had conversations prior to all these different things happening. So we plan, this is actually right now, is planning to hire the individual who would actually go out and do the assessments of the homes before they can actually be then.
I know, but what if we don't get the money?
Right, so part of that, again, we haven't hired this individual yet. So
Mhm.
we're still waiting for this. So we're planning for the person to be hired or not. So we're still waiting. In terms of funding, sorry.
These are 100% funded by federal dollars.
No, I understand. I'm just thinking, a lot of these decisions come down without any real notification. So
currently, based on what we have internally, we can cover this for this year in terms of, for example, if the individual comes
this
on board-
fiscal year or this?
25, yeah.
Okay.
The 2 months that come in. Then July, again, everything is we take this going forward and see
Right.
exactly what's happening. So again, the Commissioner mentioned earlier, we're looking at different scenarios. So this is the one that we feel for 25 because of the way we're at, we can manage this if the person comes on board. Starting July, where the actual program kicks off, which is really going out there and looking at assessing, and so that is basically, we're playing this on month to month to see what happens.
Okay, but when do you plan to hire the person?
So the person basically is, right now, there is a PAR in process for this individual.
Okay.
So,
And it could be anywhere, because it's a PAR in process, it could be anywhere between 2 weeks and 3 months before, because, we have the 2-for-1 ratio.
Yeah.
right.
Okay. The executive plan includes an additional $203,947 in federal funding for fiscal 2025 only and related to Medicare. How will this funding be used and how does it relate to Medicare?
Medicare.
So this is, again, this is a grant. So this is the MIPA grant that came in for 25. And so this is just adding additional money to cover the existing cost of the program.
What grant is that?
It's the MIPA grant.
Oh, MIFA.
And was this funding only added for 1 year?
For this year, yeah. So so part of this is the additional funding for 25. So there is part of the grant is also baseline. So as we get more money, we will then add it for 26.
Okay, great. Thank you. The council's fiscal 2026 preliminary budget response called on the administration to add $5.7 million in baseline funding to NYC Aging's budget for NORCS, increasing the total budget to $14.4 million to expand the program's reach and improve services throughout the network. Did NYC Aging advocate for this additional funding during conversations with OMB regarding the executive plan, and if so, how much was requested?
It's part of our larger negotiation. I can't give you the full dollar amount right now. I mean, I will share with you later on all of the unmet needs request.
Okay. So you don't have a specific number that you requested?
No.
Can you confirm the current budget for NORCS in fiscal 2025 and in the out years?
Sure. Yeah. All right. For NORCS, it's 16.6 million for 25 and 17 million for 26.
Thank you. And is NYC Aging advocating for additional NORC funding?
As we do with all of the other services, you know, as we see the need growing, and as I said to the councilwoman, shortly every community will be a NORC, and it will be eligible for a NORC in New York City. It's part of our ongoing conversation with OMB.
Okay. Going back to capital requests, much of NYC Aging's provider network's infrastructure is in need of renovation. Many older adult centers and naturally occurring retirement communities are co-located and have large capital needs. How many capital requests has NYC Aging received so far in fiscal 2025?
With the 19 that we're working on, how many have we?
How many requests have you received?
So it's part of that May 2nd
I know, but
letter.
how many received? I know that 19 are being worked on.
15 projects, $19 million.
Right. Give me 1 minute, and it's in the letter that we
You
sent.
can have 2 if you'd like.
Nine
9.
for
Okay.
25.
And what
I have it right here, go ahead.
what types of requests have you received? And can you just give me the comparison to 24? So 9 and 25,
0 and 24.
0 and 24. What types of requests are these?
Kitchen, equipment, some flooring. Most of it is around kitchen renovations.
Okay.
We've had 1 or 2 major ones, like an elevator, and we had HVAC, which are very costly. But primarily, it's around kitchen management.
Okay. And how many capital requests have been fulfilled so far this fiscal year of the 9?
Denied?
Sorry, of the 9?
Oh, of the 9.
How many capital requests have been fulfilled so far this fiscal year?
So they're still in progress. They're
All 9 are in progress?
Yeah.
So none
But they're
have
at different
right. So
stages.
different
been
stages.
fulfilled yet?
Yeah. So some of them are in different stages. So we have some that will be done by June 30th, and some will roll over to next year.
Okay.
I can give you a status of them.
How do you prioritize capital need requests from the providers?
It's health and safety first. Health and safety, and then it's alignment with the kitchen plan. All right? And those are prioritized already.
Okay.
But then, as with everything else, we get a flood, and that becomes the priority.
I had a question about the older adult centers and non-NYCHA or non-city-owned facilities. Are there any older adult centers in non-city-owned or non-NYCHA facilities?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So do those providers get rent included in their contracts?
Yes.
And why does the agency include rent for those providers and not for the NYCHA providers?
I can't give you that total answer, but I can tell you that historically, and this is part of the agreement, was that the city would provide NYCHA with the community services that were part of the funding requirements for public housing. And it has done so through older adult clubs as well as youth programs. And I think that was a long-term agreement. That decision is way beyond our capacity. That's a city decision. And at this point, there has been no funding for rent in NYCHA facilities.
Okay. I think Councilmember Brewer had another question.
Just quickly, the biggest issue is dental, and I know it's a hard topic. Obviously, if you're covered, fine, but when you're not, it's hard. Is that something that comes across your radar at all in terms of dental for older adults?
You know, if I were to think of the health needs, the biggest one for us is not dental, it's hearing, and how we are trying to address that. And we're looking at all possible ways, because one of the things that Dr. Katz has told us is that there are ways you can mitigate hearing loss for a large swath of the population. And we're looking at possible legislation to include hearing or provide it as part of a benefit. But we're way off on that. But that is, if I were to think of the two health needs, the first one that comes up is hearing,
Okay.
support around hearing.
All right, thank you.
The executive plan includes 328 budgeted positions for fiscal 2025, increasing to 340 positions in fiscal 2026 and in the out years. As of March 2025, 303 positions were filled with 25 positions vacant. Which programs or areas are these vacant positions in?
Primarily in the program officer role.
Program officer, okay. Does the agency have adequate headcount to effectively run all of its programs and initiatives?
No, we are always negotiating with OMB around an adequate amount of headcount, and we have a shifting 14 positions to make sure that we have can complete all of our assessment and mandated functions. And we, even though the positions have been baseline, we're negotiating with OMB on making sure that they're fully funded.
What would be an adequate number in terms of headcount?
It depends on the resources, but
That's what I'm trying to get to.
yeah. So I can't give you that answer right now, because it really depends on the resources that we have, the number of programs, and then that would really determine a parity between function and staffing needs.
Okay. How's NYC Aging actively working to fill these vacancies?
We are very aggressive in terms of advertising, word of mouth, and internal referrals. One of the things that we're always grappling with is, do we hire and promote from within, which is always a goal, but to make sure that we can do that without compromising this 2-for-1, and, this whole process that we have to go through to fill vacancies.
Okay. Thank you. In the fiscal 2025 adopted budget, $11.1 million was added to provide additional support to the HDM and OAC programs. This funding was only added in fiscal 2025 and was not baselined. How has this additional funding been utilized?
Was that to cover the cost?
Can you repeat the question again, sir?
Yeah, absolutely.
HDM.
In the fiscal 2025 adopted budget, $11.1 million was added to provide additional support to the HDM and OAC programs. This funding was only added in fiscal 2025 and not baselined. How has this additional funding been utilized? The 11.1 million.
I'm trying to,
I believe that was part of the cliff restoration, but we will get back to exactly on how it was utilized.
So do you know if it was part of the funding that was added in the executive plan?
we'll get back to you, because I'm have difficulty trying to find that, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Figure out that exact
Yeah.
dollar amount. We're trying to figure out that exact dollar amount, and I don't want to misrepresent.
No, I appreciate that. Okay. And the NYC Aging's Term and Condition Report on older adult center utilization data was provided to the council for calendar year 2024, but this report did not include the weighted utilization percentages, a vital component of the reporting requirement. The council still has not received this data. When does NYC Aging anticipate this data will be provided to the council?
That is a technological issue that we're having with Passport. And so when we can reconcile the data between Passport and our STARS program, we will be able to give you the most current data. And we're also in the process of changing our STARS data management to Vive. And in that system, that will be reconciled. So we're in a data maze of data speaking to each other and being able to give you the adequate numbers. No, it's not adequate numbers, because the numbers are adequate, the most up-to-date numbers.
Understood, thank you. What information can NYC Aging share with us today regarding utilization rates across the OAC network?
We're about 90%. We're really pleased that the
Sorry, what
numbers
was the
have been-
percentage?
Yeah, we're at 90% rate.
90?
90, yeah. Well, frankly, yeah, we're at 90% rate.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure it was 90 and not 9.
We keep looking at pre-pandemic as the number in the panacea, and I think that we live in a new world, and I don't know that that should be the data which we are always measuring against.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we can't, keep going back to the old status quo.
And we also have to take into account that more people are turning 60, and their needs are different, and so until we can address what those needs are, and we will always see ourselves at a different pace.
Okay. Thank you so much. That concludes our questions. I don't think any other members have questions.
No.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Commissioner and
Thank you
CFO.
very, very much. Thank you for your time, and thank you always for your commitment and serious commitment to older adults.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to open it up for public testimony.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you.
Okay, sergeants, you ready? Okay. We're going to open it up for public testimony. I want to remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. Once recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics, which are the sanitation and the aging FY26 executive budgets. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Again, audio and video recordings will not be accepted. So I'm going to call the first panel. We have Catherine Thurston, Brian Ellicott Cook, Kevin Kapowski, Anita Kwok, and Elizabeth Grelier. Okay, we want to start from my left. You're right. You're right. Just make sure your mic's on.
Here. Hello.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chair Hudson, Chair Brannon, and members of the New York City Council Committees on Aging and Finance. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on supporting naturally occurring retirement communities, or NORCs, in New York City. We deeply appreciate your ongoing support, which has enabled VNS Health to provide nursing services to 38 NORCs across the city. For 130 years, VNS Health has helped people live, age, and heal where they feel most comfortable, in their homes and communities. As the largest nonprofit home and community-based healthcare provider in New York, we serve over 70,000 residents daily with a wide range of services. Thanks to City Council funding, VNS Health currently serves approximately 20,000 older adults across 38 NORCs, addressing over 40 health conditions. Our NORC nurses provide comprehensive health services, including health assessments, education, and support navigating the complex healthcare system to meet the needs of older residents in their homes, enable them to live independently, and delay hospitalization. Our nurses speak English, Spanish, Russian, Mandarin, Cantonese, and French Creole, and have provided more than 16,000 hours of nursing to older residents so far in fiscal year 2025. The demand for NORC nursing services is growing. The 65 and older population in New York City continues to increase, and we are receiving more and more requests for nursing services. These services are not reimbursable by insurance, and our program relies on the funding it receives. Budget cuts to programs that support aging could jeopardize long-term sustainability and the care our older residents need. Though we serve 38 sites, we know there is more need than we can meet. For fiscal year 2026, we're requesting funding to expand our care to 3 additional sites. The provision of nursing services has also become more expensive. Reflecting higher wages and related costs for our nurses, effective this year, VNS Health has increased its nursing rate to allow us to retain and recruit nursing professionals during the current nursing shortage. This has resulted in a cost increase to cover a current level of NORC nursing services, which is necessary to provide consistent care and timely connection to providers for our patients. Our limited increase also reflects our commitment to our NORC partners and our recognition of the immense importance of this care. Thank you again for your support of NORCs and NORC nursing. We greatly appreciate it, and we hope you all will support us in funding in this fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs Hudson and Brannon, for convening today's budget hearing on aging. My name is Anita Kwok.
a policy analyst for United Neighborhood Houses, an association of settlement houses in New York. We're really grateful for the council's support on aging services by including many of our priorities in the preliminary budget. And when the mayor released the executive budget, we were really relieved to see that the NYC Aging Fiscal Cliff Cuts were restored with an $81.5 million investment in FY26 and a $75 million restorations baseline, as well as restorations of $23 million in OAC pay cuts in FY26 and $37.7 million in the out years. So now we urge the council to fight to restore funding in the FY26 budget and make these new investments in the aging services network. Older adults were just outside City Hall demanding no more cuts and to fund Aging Now. So thank you, council members Hudson, Banks, Nurse, and Gutierrez for stopping by. This is a growing population with growing needs without resources to handle ongoing inflation. So UNH urges the city to take the following budget action to support older New Yorkers. One, increase food budgets at older adult centers with a $57 million investment to meet inflation needs. This week, UNH is actually releasing a report on the impact of congregate meal programs on OACs and more details about cost increases, highlighting the urgent need to invest $57 million in the budget. We look forward to sharing it with the council. Two, invest $20.6 million to operationalize Councilmember Linda Lee's Intro 770, which would require the city to pay meals 7 days a week. Expanding home delivery meals is really critical to addressing food insecurity. Three, invest $44 million for the case management program to help with caseloads and staffing. Caseloads have increased, intake coordinators have been eliminated, and there is a really high need for case management right now without the funds. Four, create a recurring capital fund of at least $5 million for programs and repairs. Thank you to the council for including the $50 million in its preliminary budget response for capital needs and aging services programs, echoing our request for a recurring capital fund in this amount each year for NYC Aging. And for five, restore council initiatives which provide enormous support for older adults and the programs that support them, including growing the Newark City Council initiative to $6.2 million. We thank the council for all of its support for aging and urge them to fight for these essential enhancements in FY26. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Kaprowski, and I'm Director of Public Policy for Live On New York. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify on the aging budget today. Live On New York's members include more than 110 community-based nonprofits that provide core services under the NYC Aging portfolio and many other home and community-based services in our city. First of all, we're really grateful that the fiscal cliff is filled. That would have been a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions in the city with 90 centers closing, so we're really glad to be past that. But even in the case where we maintain the status quo, our system is not prepared for the current needs and is definitely not prepared for the increase in needs that we will be seeing in the aging population in our city in the next 5 to 10 years. Right now, the Center for the Urban Future and AARP have published a report that shows that over 50% of older adults in our city have no retirement income at all. None whatsoever. And one of the only systems providing them services is the New York City Aging Older Adult System to get meals, to assist with their food, and our city funds that mostly with city tax levy funding. It is one of the most incredible systems in the country. I know that I've spoken to a lot of other aging providers in the country. We have a great one, but unfortunately we are not investing in it enough to ensure that it stays viable for the future and will be able to meet expanding need. Second, our own housing report from Live On shows that older adults are becoming homeless at a rate 3 times higher than younger demographics due to skyrocketing rents. And one of the biggest ways that people stay in their homes is by getting services from the city to prevent them from being evicted. And again, older adult centers are one of the places where people can get these services. We're going to call with a bunch of our other members for 3 major areas of investment. One, $500 million for OAC State of Good repair. That's every older adult center in the city, ensuring that it can remain open and ensuring that its services can grow and meet the needs of a city that will be expanding its older adult population by 25% in just 5 years. 2, $44 million for expanded case management. As we heard the commissioner say, higher needs clients are taking more resources, which means fewer people are getting the services they need. We need to expand those contracts to include more case managers, more intake staff, and more resources so that we're meeting the needs our city has today and the needs that we will have. And the last one is $78 million for increased nutritional support. There's been no investment to meet any of the inflationary cost demands on providers for the last 5 years. And also, we are seeing a need to fully fund weekend meals with Councilmember Lee's intro. We would not want to see an unfunded mandate that puts providers in a terrible position. So we're calling for $21 million additional dollars to make sure that that is funded fully throughout 7 days a week for all meals. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Hudson and Brennan and members of the committee. My name is Brian Ellicott Cook, and I'm the Director of Government Relations at SAGE, the country's oldest and largest organization dedicated to LGBTQ+ older adults. Since 1978, SAGE has advocated for policies that help LGBTQ+ elders age with dignity and security. And we deeply appreciate the mayor's executive budget addressing that $1 million fiscal cliff, but we still need more. In the midst of the rising tide of anti-LGBT rhetoric and policies from Washington, many LGBTQ+ older adults live in fear and uncertainty about their rights, their health care, and their overall well-being. For thousands of our city's queer elders, SAGE is a vital source of support, providing essential services, advocacy, and a welcoming community to ensure that no one is left to navigate these challenges alone. To meet these growing needs, we are seeking increased support to serve the important and often invisible population. LGBTQ+ elders are frequently isolated, disconnected from services, and without the vital support of traditional biological family structures, they are far more likely to live alone and less likely to rely on family members for caregiving. SAGE bridges that gap through culturally competent care, building trust and community for our elders in New York City. And to meet that growing demand, SAGE is specifically asking for a request across our funding for FY26, and it's all in my testimony. But we are also here to with Live On to prioritize $500 million to repair older adult centers, $44 million to expand case management staffing and reduce caseloads, and $78 million for nutritional services, including weekend meals for homebound elders. LGBT elders have given so much to our city, and we ask to invest in their futures. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Thurston, the CEO of Service Program for Older People, or SPOP. Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Hudson, for this opportunity to address the New York City Council Finance Committee and Committee on Aging. SPOP plays a unique role in supporting the health, emotional well-being, and independence of older New Yorkers. We are the only agency in New York City that is exclusively dedicated to community-based mental health for older adults, and we provide outpatient treatment to 1,000 adults each year. We've been doing this work for over 45 years, and we offer services via telehealth at our offices on the Upper West Side of Manhattan and at satellite locations in Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Manhattan. The benefits and outcomes from age-affirming mental health care are significant. The overwhelming majority of our clients experience reduced mental health symptoms, increased social connectedness, and improved well-being. Over 90% report they now are less likely to call 911 or visit an emergency department in the event of a mental health challenge. Our clients all grow older, but they do so in a healthier way. We understand that seeking mental health care can be a challenge, and we've developed strategies to partner with hospitals, aging service providers, and NYC Aging-funded older adult centers to address stigma and connect with those who are most vulnerable and isolated. All of our clinicians are experienced in providing age-affirming mental health care, and we offer individual and group therapy, along with other services and linkages to community-based services to support aging in place. Looking ahead, we are deeply concerned about the proposed Medicaid funding cuts and the dissolution of the Administration for Community Living, which regulates and disseminates all federal funding related to the Older Americans Act, which would cause massive harm to older New Yorkers, particularly those who are most marginalized. I therefore urge the Committee on Finance to advocate for robust funding for programs and services that support the well-being of older adults, including community-based age-affirming mental health care. Thank you for your work on behalf of all older New Yorkers and for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Okay, our next panel, we have Justin Green, Nikki Cross, Domingo Morales, and Rhonda Kaiser. to start?
Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Cross, and I'm a staff attorney with New York Lawyers for the Public Interest with our Environmental Justice Program. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on behalf of NILPI regarding the sanitation hearing. The Independent Budget Office and State Comptroller DiNapoli both found that New York City's economic outlook remains strong and project significant budget surpluses. Despite federal threats, the solid waste system remains under municipal control, and reducing disposed waste is still one of the best local strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from solid waste, which make up about 12% of New York's economy-wide emissions. Our city's waste reduction programs are at a critical crossroads. In recent years, the City Council has passed landmark legislation seeking to reform the solid waste system, including citywide curbside organics recycling, a citywide commercial waste zone program, and the Zero Waste Act, with the goal of diverting 100% of recyclable waste from landfills and incinerators. However, we're troubled by the slow pace of implementation of these programs and are concerned that underfunding and further delays create unnecessary barriers to achieving our mandated goals to make our sprawling solid waste system more equitable, safe, and sustainable. DSNY's 2024 Zero Waste Report shows that overall waste diversion lags at a troublingly low 17 to 20%, and that only about 1% of residential food waste was recycled in the curbside smart bin and community-based composting programs. Meanwhile, the amounts of waste generated, disposed, and recycled by the sprawling commercial sector are still unknown and are largely unregulated, as DSNY has implemented only one of 20 zones and has set a timetable to implement only 2 additional zones this year. DSNY continues to claim that this slow rollout is required for effective implementation, but also contradictorily says that the program has seen 0 problems in its first zone. We continue to call for adequate funding for a robust and rapid rollout now, not a trickle of zones over many more years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Chair Abreu, and to the Council for this opportunity to speak. My name is Rhonda Kaiser. I'm Cafeteria Culture's Program and Policy Director. I come to you today straight out of a program teaching the second graders the worm dance, or going over it that they learned with Domingo. They were also learning about food waste and teaching their peers about food waste. This is a program that we're doing where we are reducing waste at the source. Thank you very much for mentioning that. The students are reducing food waste from their cafeteria between 35 and 80% of overall food waste. They're reducing it, but they're also eating between 15 and 30% more food per student through this program, and it's not about austerity or scarcity, it's about agency, and that's what our programs do. Our students have agency, as some of you may remember from the last budget hearing, when 2 groups of our students came to testify. They just got over math testing, so we didn't really have time to do that this time in their schedule, but we're very excited to scale up the program that we've been working on. We really appreciate the City Council's budget allocation to Compost Project, Compost Network folks, and also to us. We've started with a partnership with Domingo Morales at Compost Power, and we've chosen schools deliberately that were near his sites so that students could see a working compost site that's active and that's accessible to them, that they have access to the resources that they're going to get from these sites. So we want to scale up both our food waste reduction program and also our students' opportunity to interface with compost sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Abreu and City Council for having me. My name is Domingo Morales, founder and CEO of Compost Power, an organization that prides itself as Rhonda said here, on making composting cool by removing the negative stigmas associated with composting, such as increased rodent pressure, foul odors, and other landfill conditions. We operate in public housing, showing residents that composting locally can reduce rodent populations and increase rodent-free green spaces throughout the city. Finished compost can be used to grow food locally, mitigate erosion from stormwater runoff, reduce methane emissions, and reduce the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides while simultaneously creating jobs. We're making composting cool for New York City residents. Compost Power was funded by City Council last year, and what did that prove? That proved that with investment, we can do great things. It proves that with the city's support, we can create tools like the Rodent Reduction Rubric, a tool that we helped create to enable composters and community gardens to reduce rodent populations in their community. Last year, City Council made a statement that it cares about New York City Housing Authority, 1 in 17 New Yorkers who have been historically left out of DSNY's vision for a zero-waste city. Before Compost Power was funded through the community compost with discretionary funds, we were funded by individual city council members, and we are always grateful for that support that we get from the city. However, last year was so special because we were recognized by the entire council. As an organization that serves all 5 boroughs, we are thankful that we have a city council that cares about their people. I'm not here to tell you what to do with your funding next year. I'm just here to tell you how your funding impacted New York City last year. And I'm also here to inform you that the funding you gave to community composting last year was not in vain. We worked hard to create the New York City Community Compost Network with almost 24 CBOs. We know what the true enemy is. The true enemy is being unsustainable, taking our taxpayer dollars and wasting them on programs that don't work, or even worse, spending valuable time bickering over who has the perfect solution. So I'm here to show support for City Council. I'm here to tell you that no matter what you do with the funding this year, we're here to support you to make New York City the best city that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Justin Green. I'm the Executive Director of Big Reuse. Thank you to Chair Brennan, Chair Abreu, and my council member, Chair Hudson. Appreciate you having us. I'm also part of the network with Domingo and Rhonda, the community composting network that spans the city with environmental groups. Doing amazing work. And some of the work that Big Reuse does is with the funding from last year, we had opened 30 food scrap drop-offs across Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, and Roosevelt Island. We worked with a designer to manufacture and design rat-proof compost cubes that we're installing in community gardens across the city. We're reopening 2 mid-scale composting facilities, one in the Gowanus, one in Central Park. We delivered compost to over 75 schools and helped promote use of compost in parks and gardens, trained master composters in Brooklyn, had 150 outreach and community events, supported Care for Street Trees, 1,000 street trees with 2,000 volunteers, and helped support composters at Bronx River Alliance and Gowanus Canal Conservancy. Excuse me. The funding is, supports work and an approach to composting that builds community, that improves New York City soil, and does a lot more in addition to the curbside. So it's important for, as we roll out curbside, to keep supporting community composting, to educate New Yorkers. So many New Yorkers have no idea about the value of composting, and our work demonstrates that in really tangible ways that people can get their hands dirty seeing. So we urge you to keep supporting the community composting programs that you brought back last year. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
I want to thank you guys as well. Keep doing the good work.
Okay, our next panel, we have Mohammed Razi, Brianna McKinney, Zikang Ling, Navdeep Bains, Jeanette Estima, You want to start? Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Brannon and Chair Hudson, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeanette Estima. I'm the Policy Director at City Meals on Wheels. Congregate and home-delivered meals programs are a critical part of the city's anti-hunger infrastructure. And these programs must be shored up in the face of possible federal cuts. But even still, they are not going far enough to address the problem. When we surveyed participants, we found that 50% had experienced food insecurity, and that went up to 60% when we looked only at home-delivered meals participants. Addressing this need will require expanding the programs and creating new ones that bring food directly to homebound older adults. That's why we piloted several new programs this year that bring more food to older New Yorkers in new ways. The Breakfast Box is essentially a second meal program, currently serving about 2,000 people, and we're hoping to double that next year. And our mobile groceries program brings monthly bags of food directly to homebound older adults. We're grateful for the Council's $500,000 to support our emergency meals program, which provided 273,000 meals in FY24, and we ask for a renewal of that amount for FY26. Additionally, we're asking for $200,000 to support our innovative pilot programs. Finally, we urge the Council to pass Intro 770 to require the home delivered meals program to provide 1 meal a day, 365 days a year, and to secure the $21 million needed to do so. We also ask for an investment of $57 million in the Congregate Meals program to address years of cost increases. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Hudson, Brannon, and members of the committees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Brianna McKinney, and I'm the Chief Advancement Officer at Project Guardianship. We're a nonprofit that provides person-centered guardianship services to New Yorkers who have no one else, no family, no friends, and no financial means to manage their affairs. We also advocate for reforms to improve and modernize New York's guardianship system. Guardianship plays a vital role for people who can no longer safely make decisions due to advanced dementia, serious mental illness, and other conditions. A guardian ensures access to medical care, manages finances, secures benefits, and meets basic needs like housing and food. It is a tool of last resort, meant to be limited in scope and used only when no other option exists. When no longer necessary, it should be swiftly terminated and rights restored. Yet today, courts across New York struggle to meet the legal mandate to appoint a guardian in every case where one is needed. In 1/3 of cases statewide, and up to half here in New York City, judges report that they cannot appoint anyone because no qualified guardian is available. Those who are poor, alone, or marginalized fall through the cracks because there's no public system to support them. The consequences ripple across hospitals, courts, and social services, delaying discharges, postponing proceedings, and leaving thousands unprotected. We were encouraged by the Council's recent passage of Resolution 0561, which calls for a statewide public guardianship system in partnership with experienced nonprofits. Unfortunately, New York State did not heed the Council's call in their fiscal 26 budget, allocating only $1 million annually for guardianship services, an amount that's woefully disconnected from the scale of the problem. With proposed federal cuts to Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, and Social Security, this crisis will deepen. Guardians can coordinate care, but they cannot replace the safety net. Yet when done right, guardianship reduces unnecessary hospitalizations and nursing home placements, allowing people to age in their homes and communities, and saving approximately $67,000 per individual per year, largely in Medicaid costs. Meeting the statewide need would generate over $85 million in annual savings. We urge our city leaders to take action by funding expanded nonprofit guardianship services and helping build a stable, accountable infrastructure of care. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Crystal Hudson and the Committee on Aging, as well as Chair Justin Brannon and the Committee on Finance for holding this hearing and giving us the opportunity to testify. I am Navdeep Bains, Associate Director of Advocacy and Policy at the Asian American Federation, where we proudly represent the collective voice of more than 70 member nonprofits serving 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. Asian older adults are the fastest growing older adult community citywide, making up 14% of New York City's senior population. This population growth was coupled with a rise in poverty, and currently 42% of Asian seniors are low income, making them among the city's poorest seniors. Moreover, 25% of Asian seniors experiencing poverty live alone and face isolation, and 84% of our seniors have limited English proficiency. I want to discuss the state of our aging population and how the city's budget can best serve their needs. Despite ongoing threats to federal funding cuts and growing anti-immigrant policies, our member organizations like COPO and Homecrest have persevered and continue serving the community. Specifically, our seniors working group includes 12 member organizations serving 10 different Asian ethnicities, and it is essential for these organizations to receive continued support from the city to maintain their work. The issues impacting the Asian elderly population includes food insecurity, fears of anti-Asian violence, a lack of funding for older adult centers, and a lack of mental health support. We're grateful to see the mayor's budget backfill expiring stimulus dollars related to PEG initiatives, but we're worried that when budget negotiations take place and a further lack of investment from the federal government is taken into account, funding for our older adult services could be some of the first on the chopping block. So we want to make some recommendations. Increase funding to older adult service providers and expand this funding to include time and expenses spent on case management and digital literacy. Continue funding a network of linguistically and culturally competent food service programs that provide a variety of food benefits to older adults. Expand funding to include culturally competent in-language mental health services for older adults, and continue to support AAF's Older Adult Initiative to fund our research, our advocacy, and our programming to highlight the unique needs of Asian seniors. Thank you for listening to our community's needs, and thank you so much for all the work that y'all do to continue to support our community.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson, Chair Brannan. My name is Ji Kang Ling. I'm the Center Director of Homecrest Community Services, Benson-Hill Older Adult Center, funded by NYC Aging. I have worked at the center for 12 years, from a part-time program assistant to a center director. From all my experience, I see the needs of older adults are growing each year. Whether it's access to nutritious food, diverse program, or simply a safe space where they feel seen and supported. Our center serves hundreds of older adults each with meals, social services, fitness classes, and community activities. We see daily how vital these services are for combating food securities, isolations, and health challenges among our older population. We are very grateful that most recent executive budget did not move forward with the previously proposed $100 million cut to aging services. The decision recognized the critical role these services play in the lives of older New Yorkers. But still, New York City's aging population is one of the fastest growing groups. We urge the Council to further invest in older adult centers to help us retain and hire staff, expand programs, and address mental health needs. Supporting older adult centers is an investment in well-being, communities, and dignity. We respectfully urge you to prioritize funding for older adults in the city's budget. Thank you for your continued commitment to New York City's older adults.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hudson and Chair Brennan, and esteemed council members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Mohammed Razvi. I'm the founder and CEO of COPO, Council of People's Organization. It is the largest service provider for Muslim Arab South Asians in Brooklyn. We serve about 40,000 individuals annually, and many programs that we have one of them is the Senior Center, which is possibly the only senior center in Brooklyn funded by Department of the Aging. It is the only halal Meals on Wheels program possibly in the city, state, and the country. I have given my flyer with the testimony. So in the flyer, you will see the actual halal Meals on Wheels truck, and more importantly, the food pantry, the halal food pantry that we run are the foods that we give to our seniors. It is essential that we continue to support our seniors and the programs for food, and that's what we're advocating tremendously, with addition to the mental health counseling, because we have found many seniors who are in need of that service. And it's imperative that you continue, and I'm so glad that you continue to support DIFTA and the commissioner, because Commissioner, and DIFTA was the one who actually initiated the first program for us for the Halal Meals on Wheels and for such a center in Brooklyn. They actually also utilized the capital grant to help us fund a first kitchen for the community. We totally support their advocacy on getting the resources, and we request that City Council put a policy in place which states what is halal, because many individuals are pertaining that kosher is same as halal, and halal is not same as kosher. So please, these are one of the most important things. It is not the same. Although diverse communities, they can sometimes eat food, but it's not the same. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we have Jim Martin and Chanel Schwartz Sanchez Batrabo. You want to begin?
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Martin. I am the Executive Director of ACE New York, a Queens-based nonprofit organization. For over 10 years, ACE has worked in partnership with the City Council and the Department of Sanitation, removing municipal trash from city sidewalks, gutters, parks, and abandoned areas, keeping the city safe and clean for all New Yorkers. We remove in excess of 1 million garbage bags every year from city streets. Beginning August 1st, supplemental sanitation providers like ACE will be required to place all trash bags in containers located on city streets for DSNY collection as part of DSNY's containerization initiative. The Department of Sanitation will begin issuing fines for organizations for noncompliance come January 2nd, 2026. We have estimated the cost to purchase, ship, install, insure, and maintain the necessary amount of containers at several $1 million. As a nonprofit on a limited budget, ACE does not have the funds necessary to be in compliance with this policy. Should these expenses be passed on to our City Council partners, it would greatly limit their ability to fund the vital services we provide to over 40 council districts every year. Ultimately, the burden of purchasing these containers may result in ACE closing its doors after nearly 34 years of service to New York City, meaning the 165 ACE employees who provide these services would lose their jobs. These men and women, as many of you know, have graduated our vocational program, have overcome homelessness, incarceration, and addiction, and this job has been a lifeline for them as they begin their journeys towards economic independence. Though unintended, this is a real and incredibly cruel consequence of DSNY's containerization rule. I'm here today to urge City Council and the Mayor's office to fund the purchase of these containers in the FY26 budget. The implementation of DSNY's containerization initiative, while a positive step towards rat mitigation and a cleaner, more orderly street, places an undue burden on ACE and other similar nonprofits, in fact punishing them for partnering with the Department of Sanitation to help keep city streets clean and safe. The work ACE does every day benefits the city, its businesses, and residents. The trash we remove is not ours, it is municipal waste. ACE should not be left to shoulder the cost of purchasing these containers. That responsibility should fall to the Department of Sanitation and the City of New York. Very quickly, I want to thank the Council for your support in pushing the administration on this matter. It means the world to me and the men and women we so proudly serve. If I can be of more service in this regard, please let me know. Thank you all for your continued support.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chanel Schwartz Sanchez Batcherville, a high school senior at the Braley School on the Upper East Side, organizer and founder of Highbridge Builders, deeply invested in the intersection of urban policy, economics, and law, with a focus on equity, systemic clarity, and public service. I was born and raised in the Bronx, Highbridge to be exact, which is proudly served by Council Member Althea Stevens. My building stands directly in front of Highbridge Park in a friendly family neighborhood that loves its dogs. I've witnessed firsthand how infrastructure inequality shapes perception. When classmates' parents from the Upper East Side were hesitant to visit my home, it wasn't about the people, it was a reaction to broken infrastructure, decades of disinvestment, and a Bronx is burning narrative that persists despite our vibrant community. I founded Highbridge Builders to challenge this narrative, turning those neighborhoods into our community through meaningful action. I'm here today to address a specific sanitation inequality that connects directly to the work of this committee. Highbridge Park connects Manhattan and the Bronx through a pedestrian bridge. The Manhattan side features numerous free dog waste bag dispensers, while the Bronx side has none. With high dog ownership in our area and Manhattan residents frequently crossing into our neighborhood to walk their dogs, this disparity is particularly problematic. Given that our median household income is less than half of adjacent Manhattan neighborhoods, many residents simply cannot afford to purchase dog waste bags regularly. This creates a cycle that reinforces negative stereotypes. Without access to proper disposal resources, our sidewalks accumulate waste, further cementing the harmful perception that the Bronx is inherently less clean. This isn't a complex issue, it's a clear inequity with a simple fix. And to be clear, this isn't about increasing fines or criminalizing people in a neighborhood that's already over-policed. Highbridge needs support, not punishment. We're offering a simple, positive solution, giving residents the tools to care for their streets without adding pressure or stigma. I respectfully request that this committee consider supporting legislation like Intro 0281-2024 by Councilmember Menon, which proposes installing dog waste bags dispensers throughout the city with priority for underdeserved areas like Highbridge, allocating modest funding for at least 2 additional trash cans in our neighborhood, partnering with Highbridge Builders to spread awareness about pooper scooper laws using 311 to report dog waste and to host dog licensing events, since the city uses that data to track issues, count dogs, and guide funding. This is a low-cost, high-impact investment, cleaner streets, increased community pride, and a powerful message that this administration values equitable service delivery across all boroughs. I'm encouraged by efforts like Councilmember Powers' Scoop the Poop PSA campaign, which demonstrates how public education can reinforce civic responsibility, and by Councilmember Brewer's advocacy around responsible pet ownership. And as the Zero Waste Act, championed by Councilmembers Nurse and Haniff, shows, waste equity must be addressed with not just with penalties, but with infrastructure, education, and access. Highbridge Builders volunteers stand ready to partner with the department on implementation and maintenance. Thank you for your leadership on these issues and for allowing me to speak on behalf of Highbridge today.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. Okay, now we have Sandra Martinez, Astucia Smith, Rachel Neckes, Constance Lasolde. Sorry if I mispronounce anyone's name. Okay, you want to start from the left?
Good afternoon. Thank you for this conversation today. I'm Rachel Neckes. I'm the data researcher at the Center for an Urban Future. Thank you to Chair Hudson and Chair Brennan and members of both committees for the opportunity to testify. Our new report out today, The Emerging Financial Security Crisis Facing New York City's Older Adults, reveals a deeply troubling reality. Over the last decade, the number of older adults living in poverty has increased by 41%, rising to more than 250,000 older adults. Many more are on the brink. Nearly 60% of those aged 70 or over report having no retirement income. Nearly 1 in 5 lack Social Security benefits. This crisis disproportionately affects communities of color. Over the last decade, poverty rates among Asian older adults grew by 82%, and among Hispanic older adults by 42.1%. Immigrant New Yorkers, many of whom have spent their lives working in low-wage jobs without access to retirement benefits and receive much less in Social Security, face a poverty rate of around 21.7% compared to 14.9% among US-born older adults. Although recent restorations helped avert significant service cuts, aging services still receive less than 0.5% of the city's budget, even as older adults now make up a record 16.1% of all New Yorkers. To meet rising needs, the city will have to commit to long-term increased funding that will allow DFTA to expand access to essential programs, reverse the alarming rise in older adult poverty, and invest in innovative pilot programs and challenge grants. We also recommend a $50 million investment in capital improvements to shore up New York City's crumbling aging services infrastructure. By allocating additional capital funding to upgrade these facilities, the city can ensure that they remain safe, accessible spaces while taking steps to modernize buildings to meet the challenging needs of today's older adults. In addition to restoring funding for DFTA and investing in capital needs, the city should allocate $20 million to expand social work staffing at community-based providers and older adult centers. These professionals are essential to helping older New Yorkers navigate and access these benefits and services that enable them to age with dignity, and these investments will likely prove even more essential in the face of anticipated federal cutbacks. Finally, DFTA cannot meet this challenge alone. A truly age-inclusive city will require all agencies to embed older adult needs into their strategies, programs, and capital plans. This will mean making parks, libraries, and cultural institutions more accessible, investing in age-friendly transportation options through DOT, supporting older entrepreneurs through EDC and SBS, and expanding efforts to prevent age discrimination in the workplace. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Chair Brannan, Chair Hudson, and the committee for the opportunity to testify. I'm Eustacia Smith, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for Westside Federation for Senior and Supportive Housing. We've provided housing and services for older adults in New York City for nearly 50 years. We also run 3 older adult centers serving over 1,300 older New Yorkers, providing them with nutritional support, socialization, education, and connection to services. Our participants are able to remain stably housed in the community because we're able to provide them with a range of services that keep them from falling into emergencies that would displace them. Our services are sometimes life and death essential, but we can't keep them going without increased funding. Our budget has stayed flat while the cost of food and other operating expenses has gone up dramatically. We have no wiggle room. Each increase in cost means we have to cut something else essential. Is it the meals that keep our elders from wasting? Is it the case manager who makes sure people can access their benefits? Truthfully, cutting any of it is dangerous. Here's a real-world example from our center at the Red Oak on 106th Street, where we serve 150 meals per day. Right now, our refrigerators are broken. It's the 3rd time this year. We don't have the budget to fix them, nor to get new fridges we really need. It's nearly impossible to prepare meals without working refrigerators. Our staff has spent many, many hours figuring out how to work around the broken refrigerators to still get the meals out. That's time when they should be providing services but can't. Why do those meals matter? For some participants, the meal at our center may be their only meal of the day. Why do the case managers matter? Case managers play a critical role in keeping older adults housed in the community, even as their needs change over time. It prevents people from losing housing. It reduces hospitalizations and limits the need for nursing home care. It's humane, it keeps communities whole, and it keeps public costs down. Older adults are the fastest growing group of people experiencing homelessness. They're also a fast-growing New York City population set to grow by 25% by 2040, yet city funding for older adults is disproportionately low. We call on our city to scale up investment in older adult services, implementing new funding of $78 million for nutritional support, with $57 million to meet the rising cost of food and $21 million to provide additional meal services. $44 million for expanded case management, $5 million 5-year emergency repair discretionary fund for older adult centers that need small-scale repairs or equipment replacements, and all of the recommendations that are part of the Age Strong New York City campaign organized by Live On. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of this Committee on Finance hearing. We are honored to be here today representing our President and CEO, Dr. Anderson Torres of Regional Aid for Interim Needs, Inc., also known as RAIN, an organization that has proudly served the older community, along with those in home care since 1964. It is our privilege to continue this essential work. Our dedicated staff reflects the diverse communities we serve, and we are humbled to carry forward the legacy of our late founder, Beatriz Castiglia Catullo, if affectionately remembered as B. Our 13-plus older adult centers are more than facilities. They are lifelines. Many of our members describe them as their home away from home, where they find friendship, connection, and purpose. In these centers, older adults reduce feelings of isolation, depression, and anxiety by engaging in meaningful activities and building supportive social networks. We live in a society that too often overlooks the needs of older adults. Today, we appeal to you to stand with us in promoting equity and age inclusivity and fund our older adult centers. We need a city that works for all ages, integrating care in a way that honors every stage of life. You may ask, what does that look like? We answer, it looks like a model that engages, invites, and empowers older adults. A model that bridges generations and amplifies the message that seasoned New Yorkers are vital contributors to our communities. Our older adult centers are not passive spaces. They're interactive hubs of cognitive stimulation, creativity, and empowerment. They also provide spaces where the risk factors are assessed on a regular basis. Through diverse programming, we challenge the mind, encourage lifelong learning, and promote mental agility. We're a community of collected voices who live experiences that enable us to mentor others and thrive through inclusion. Our thoughts matter. Our contributions matters. In times of need, you will find many of our older adults continuing to serve as pillars of their families and communities. It is essential that we are seen, heard, and considered in policy decisions. We want the champions in our professional networks who have already advocated for programs that support our work. But today, we ask you to reflect. What is essential for an older adult to truly thrive in New York City? Who is the older adult we serve? At RAIN, we create spaces that honor the individual's story and listen to their needs. Without these centers, the health and well-being of older adults will decline, and that will ultimately impact the city's healthcare and financial stability. Socialization is not a luxury. It is a critical component of health. Without it, the city will risk rising levels of illness, hospitalization, and costs. Every day, our centers teach older adults the importance of staying active, eating well, and nurturing mind, body, and spirit. Today, we ask you, what would you want for your own parent or grandparent, or yourselves at this stage in life? We are grateful to those who continue to advocate for policies that will support funding of older adult programs and uplift those who have paved the way for all of us. And finally, we must challenge outdated stereotypes of older adult centers as places where people simply sit all day. The older adults we serve are engaged, active citizens. They vote, advocate, embrace technology, improve their health, and contribute meaningfully to society. They want to thrive, but they can only do so if we continue to invest in an integrated community model or of care that promotes both cognitive and physical well-being. That's why your support, and more importantly, your funding is critical now more than ever. Without sustained and increased funding for older adult centers, we risk unraveling the very safety net that keeps thousands of older New Yorkers healthy, engaged, and independent, the same ones you have funded in the past. We urge you to champion this cause to secure the funding resources that will allow us to continue this vital work and to ensure that older adults in our city are not left behind. Your investment today is an investment in the health, dignity, and future of New York City. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and Councilman Brennan, I congratulate you on your being able to listen to all of this very difficult testimony from beginning to end. And I do thank you very much for your work, all of you on the City Council, in trying to keep the senior life of New York City livable, especially in the face of what is coming down from Washington. I myself am unhoused right now and am paying rent, though, to good friends who live, I'm sorry she's not here, in the district of Councilwoman Hudson. I am very grateful to the other people of this city, some of whom are seniors, who are helping each other with housing. Housing has always been the biggest problem of seniors. I worked for Assemblyman Woody Lewis for you years ago, and housing was the biggest problem then, and it still is now. I have with me Carolyn Johnson, who is the president of the Albany Senior Center and also the president of the NYCHA Albany Houses. She has two incredible jobs to deal with because the Albany Houses are also a nonprofit, and the city does not own the building. Neither do they own the other buildings under Fort Greene. So that is really why we are here today. We're here to learn because we've heard of how difficult it is for these senior centers to stay open, and it's what we want to see because we need the activities, the food, we need that experience of the case manager, which I am using and used to be a case manager myself. We also, Carolyn has pointed out how important it is that the peers are helping each other in these places. And I would point out that we are in Crown Heights. We are in a rapidly changing community everywhere with ethnic groups that are competing at times for scarce resources. And the seniors who come to these centers from all these different ethnic groups and come and try to get together across their religious and their racial and their every other kind of similarities and differences, it is very important, I believe, that we are a stabilizing factor in our neighborhoods because we go to those centers and we learn how to work out problems and work together. So when you are trying to get that money out of OMB, which I know is probably the hardest place to get it, I hope you will remind them that we are helping to keep the peace in New York City. We have the experience, we have the years of doing it, and we are still doing it. So thank you very much for your time, and there is a lot more I would have liked to say, but you know, I think we said it, Carolyn.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Okay, we're going to move to, we have one more in person, Christopher Leon Johnson. Huh?
Ready, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
All right.
Thanks.
Hello, Chairs Brannon, Abreu, and Hudson. I know you're in the land use hearing, but thank you for having this hearing today. Thanks for staying out here, Mr. Brannon. I'm calling on the City Council to allocate $6 million, $2 million each to Worker Justice Project, Loca Mena, and the Street Vendor Project for sanitation-related purposes because they are known for doing their work and not clean up after themselves, or if they do certain things, they don't know how to properly dispose. So I'm calling on the City Council to give them some money to help with that situation. I'm calling you, the chair of the Finance Committee, into looking into the mayor's office and asking why that the Liberista Hub is not built outside City Hall. You're the chair, you're the finance chair. You should be asking the mayor or the department, any of these departments, like why that sanitation hub is not built. I know I can't be political, but I know that you deserve that in labor endorsement from NYC CLC, And I believe the way you should get it, you can get it, Mr. Brandon, is by proving to them that you can get that deliveries to hub outside City Hall. I believe that once you get that deliveries to hub outside City Hall, Mr. Brandon, you will get that CLC endorsement over Mark. They'll probably revoke that endorsement from Mark Levine and they'll give it to you. So I'm calling you, the chair of the Finance Committee, Mr. Brandon, to find a way. You have enough time before June to get that deliveries to hub built. I know there's a sanitation hearing. You could easily call for the sanitation department to get that sanitation hub removed. It's already been approved by the city council, the planning commission, and build that hub. You need to build that hub on behalf of the immigrants here. I know you spoke out here on Saturday and trying to defend the mayor of Newark, New Jersey on behalf of immigrants. Those deliveries, those are immigrants. If you really care about the immigrants, Mr. Brandon, and this is your time to prove it, that you're trying to bring it home for the controls race, you need to build that deliveries to hub. You need to find a way to get that deliveries to hub built for the Workers' Justice Project. At the same time, we need to really preserve Corona Plaza, and at the same time protect our immigrants. So thank you, Mr. Brandon. Get that deliveries to hub built, bro. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have folks testifying on Zoom. First is Cynthia Moorer.
You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, good.
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, thank you for this opportunity to once again come before you and testify on behalf of our older adults. Visiting Neighbors has been around for 53 years. We celebrated this spring, and we couldn't have done it without all of the support of our city council. Thank you for being our champions. I first have to say that. We work with the city's oldest old. I mean, we help people from 60 on up, but usually when people are 60 or 70s, they are actually rather frail, or they have an incident where they had an accident and they need us temporarily, or they are dealing with cancer or something serious. Most of our clients are over the age of 85, and we have 33 seniors who've hit the 100 mark this year. So we are really working with the oldest old. Our eldest is 107. Through programs of Neighbors Helping Neighbors, Visiting Neighbors professional staff helps alleviate loneliness and isolation, provides mental stimulation, emotional security, shares information on wellness and health-related concerns. That's physical, emotional, mental, and has important conversations, every conceivable thing that you can think of that we need to talk to our seniors about, we do, including the concept of the term seniors. We actually just had a session on what's in a name and how do they feel about seniors versus older adults. Quite interesting. When they get a lot older, that is less of a concern than actually the services available to them. And they love senior discounts. So no matter what, that's going to stay in the play. We are here about health advocacy, friendly visiting, shop and escort, therapeutic walking, that's getting out and moving, just having that arm to safely hold on to as you cross the city streets. A lot of people are not paying attention. They're on the e-bikes, they're in a rush on their cell phone, and we want to keep our seniors safe. Fall prevention is
Thank you. Time's expired.
Oh, okay. But thank you very much. We need you to continue to do what we do so that we can keep our older adults as safe, as independent, and in their own cherished homes as long as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Joyce Bialik.
You may begin.
Joyce Bialik.
You may begin.
Okay, we'll go to Claire Mifflin.
You may begin.
Hi, I'm Claire Mifflin from the Center for Zero Waste Design. Thanks for this opportunity. We fully support waste containerization, but we think changes are needed because DSNY plans are bad for zero waste goals, requiring containers just for trash, even though it's food waste that brings the rats. And we don't think the city should be investing in trash-only infrastructure, which will reduce the diversion rate of recycling and compostable material. It's bad for labor. Building staff and sanitation workers are still going to need to lug heavy bags around. And it's bad for public space. Our sidewalks are full of bins, blocking storefronts and pedestrians. Bad for retail activity and the quality of life. also tough for bids because DSNY are asking them to use these enclosures full of bags that make sidewalks dirty and were deemed impractical in their own future of trash report. We think that in the next budget, there really should be money to pilot other solutions. The CB9 pilot, there's only about 3 buildings over 300 units in CB9, so it's not a very good test case for large residential buildings because those large buildings would require like 8 to 20 Empire bins in front, whereas instead, DSNY should be piloting 4-wheel bins, which can be added to the bottoms of the chute. They take up less curbside space, don't require lifting of bags, no maintenance of on-street containers, and no new trucks. So we really would encourage there to be budget to do some of these other pilots, which would save a lot of money. I'm also part of this Save Our Compost group. I'm so glad the council supported it. I think it needs to be ramped up greatly so it can be applied to parks and green spaces citywide to engage communities, restore soils, reduce flooding, increase the health of trees. And then lastly, given that the city rules require DSNY to collect yard waste from parks, but
Thank you. Time's expired.
I'd like to see the data. I just think DSNY should fund composting in parks required by local law 118. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claire. We'll go back to Joyce Bialik if you're there.
You may begin.
I can't unmute me. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, so I represent the 4 solid waste advisory boards, and I'm going to talk about the 2024 council bill known as Testing Drinking Water for the Presence of Microplastics, Intro 692, and concurrently about including funds in the budget for implementation. Microplastics are known endocrine disruptors and are linked to other negative health outcomes, including cancer and diabetes. They've been found in our air, water, food, soil, blood, brain, and in both sides of the placenta. That means parent and baby. It seems that wherever we look for them, we find them. We know there are microplastics in our drinking water, but we don't know. We haven't been measuring the amount. So we don't know how to answer the basic questions. Are microplastics in our water increasing over time? Does it vary by location or season? The Manhattan Swab conducted initial testing in Manhattan and Queens tap water, and we found more in Queens tap water than in Manhattan's. So the first step of measuring microplastics then allows us to pose questions. Why? Why is this the case? And seek solutions. In an interview with Gothamist, Councilmember Sandy Nurse, the bill's prime sponsor, said, "We're seeing a proliferation of plastics and different types of plastics in everything. If we find that it's in our water, that to me would allow us then to hold producers accountable. It could help us create better waste systems." The current bill, Intro 692, has 20 co-sponsors. Let's bring a microplastic testing bill over the threshold this year and include funds to implement testing and monitoring in the budget. We
Your time's expired.
Tap water for other contaminants. Whenever and wherever the city conducts these tests, the city should also test for the presence and level of the microplastic. And thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thanks for coming back to me. I couldn't unmute. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Sandy Renz.
You may begin.
Okay, hi. My name is Sandy Renz, and I have lived in Gowanus, Brooklyn for almost 40 years, and thank you for letting me speak. We all have one crucial issue, and that is saving the planet. Composting is an economical, practical, and completely doable habit-forming activity that can be part of the New York City arsenal to combat climate disaster. In most of the city, community composting is the only true composting that happens, and true composting is the best route for the best route for this waste. I have worked at Big Reuse's community composting site and have personally seen how supportive and responsive residents are, even if the composting site was not the easiest to get to. From what I just heard from the Commissioner and the Department of Sanitation, the New York City community is participating enthusiastically with the organic collection. This organic collection has lowered the transport cost and that there is not enough compost to give out to the public, and this service needs to be expanded. Thank you, and please continue to fund and support community composting. And also, I think you should support the funding for seniors that all these people have so eloquently spoken about. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Karina Kaufman.
You may begin.
I think it's working now, sorry. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, and I'm the Deputy Director at the Street Vendor Project. Thank you, Chair Brannon, for the opportunity to testify today. Just last week, this council held a public hearing on legislation that will overhaul the dysfunctional status quo of street vending, allowing our city's smallest businesses to grow within a regulated, predictable, and enforceable system that bolsters the city's business and hospitality sector overall. During that hearing, DSNY testified about their role as the lead agency for coordinating enforcement of street vending rules. And additionally, when asked how passing Intro 431 would impact their work, DSNY testified that their interactions with licensed vendors are far more productive than interactions with unlicensed vendors in terms of actually addressing the issues such as time, place, and manner violations. I wanted to highlight these remarks to bring to this council's attention because I really encourage the council to, if they really want to address compliance, to move forward with urgency on Intro 431. Because in terms of the current situation, perhaps no industry in New York faces enforcement from as many agencies and departments as street vending. And in 2024, DSNY conducted more confiscations than tickets, over 4,300 versus just over 4,000 respectively in tickets. This ticketing, researchers with Cornell University found is both costly and ineffective, that DSNY operates at a nearly $21 loss per every $1 that is recouped. And in terms of the amount of summonses issued, both civil and criminal, despite DSNY being the lead agency, NYPD, in fact, was the agency that issued the highest number of summonses in 2024, over 9,000 total. This was actually 5 times higher than in 2019, when the agency was the agency in charge of street vendor enforcement. Now, council has proposed over $7.7 million in street vendor enforcement.
Your time's expired.
Budget, yet nothing for vendor education or support. And I would very much encourage council to move forward on street vendor reform so we can create opportunities, create thousands of jobs, and generate millions of dollars for the local economy, as the IBO estimated would be $59 million annually. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we have Mary Sullivan.
You may begin.
I'm not sure if you can hear me. Oh, great.
Yes, go ahead.
Again, thank you, Chairs Brennan and Abreu, for this opportunity to address you today. My name is Mary Ellen Sullivan. I'm the new chair of the Brooklyn Solid Waste Advisory Board, and my testimony today will reiterate the overall priorities of the 4 solid waste advisory boards across New York City. This budget hearing comes at a propitious moment as we transition from the city's 2006 to the 2027 Solid Waste Management Plan. After 3 decades of diversion efforts, the takeaway is clear. It's not just how much we spend, but how we spend it. Today, 80%, or roughly 2.8 million tons of residential waste is exported to landfill and incineration annually at a projected cost of about $500 million in 2026, very similar to what we heard earlier from the DSNY. Organics make up 40% of exported waste, but only 4 or 5% is captured, and it's not compost until it's actually composted. Local Law 85 mandates source separation, but we must fund the New York City Community Composting Network and pass Intro 696 to realize compost's full environmental, social, and fiscal benefits. The city's newly released New York City Climate Budgeting Report references $189 million in capital investments in net zero emissions projects for fiscal year 2025 to 2035 that reduce emissions from organic material, solid waste, and wastewater treatment. As the four SWABs, we would like clarification on what exactly is included in these projects and how they will benefit diversion efforts on our mandated journey to zero waste. Textiles are 5% of exported waste. Intro 256 would study a recycling mandate to expand local textile reuse
Your time's
and
expired.
recycling infrastructure. Sorry, real quick, Intro 697 requires DSNY to continue waste characterization studies, and it should include reuse and prevention data. Intro 692, we heard about from Joyce Bialik. I will skip that. Much of the success of New York City solid waste management plans hinge on funding outreach and education, ensuring residents fully participate in recycling and composting so we can reduce our reliance on waste export as called for in the city's 2006 plan. We, the four borough-based solid waste advisory boards, urge you to double down on your commitment to the New York City Composting Network by including the network's full funding request into the budget. This vital program excels at community outreach and education, a skill that is desperately needed right now. Funding and integrating community compost into the city's long-term waste management strategy is long overdue. Thank you very much, and you can see more detail on our cross-SWAB priorities in our submitted testimony.
Thank you. Okay, if we have inadvertently missed anyone who has registered to testify today and is yet to be called, please use the Zoom hand function and you'll be called in the order that your hand has been raised. Okay, with that, we're going to close out day one of FY26 executive budget hearings. Thank you.